What's going on, guys? This is Dave with LoFiTrader. Good morning, good morning. If you don't know, well, now you know. We are live, baby. So if you're watching this at some other time, that's all right. We're going to run through the indices. We'll go large cap, small cap. We'll check the news. We'll check the chat. And then we'll come right on back and see what's happening with the market. So stay tuned with us, guys, because guess what? Big news before we even get started. Wednesday, mark your calendars. It's the Fed rate hike decision. All eyes are on the Fed. Old Papa Powell is going to be taking a stand and letting us know at 2 p.m. on Wednesday what the rate hike is going to be. All right, so keep that in mind, guys, because here's the thing. That's going to tell us whether the market is going to be bull or bear, in my opinion, okay? It's going to let us know what is actually going on. So if Papa Powell decided that, oops, I broke some banks, maybe we don't raise those hikes anymore, we might see a crazy move to the north side. If he says 25, I think that's to be expected, the 0.25, 0.50, I think we're going to see a bearish reaction in the market. And anything above 0.25 is going to be pretty bearish, I personally think, in the market. So guys, if you want to see me take a look at anything, just put it in the chat. But first, I'm going to run through every single thing, large caps, small caps, what's in the news, earnings, and I'll check on the chat, and then we'll look at the trades that I'm in, okay? So let's run through. Now, you guys will notice I've added a few to these larger cap tech stocks. I've added a few other things to try and feel out some of the other indices, so in different sectors and stuff. So we're not just looking at all tech, all leaders, okay? So here's the SPY. The S&P 500, you can see in pre-market, we had a big gap down here. Big sell-off, big scary reaction first thing this morning. That sell-off was probably due to some more of the banking sell-offs, a lot of craziness, a lot of FUD and fear rolling around through the market. So keep this in mind, guys, that we did have a breakthrough of this uptrend line in pre-market. How much of that pre-market you want to hold as pride and true, that's up to you. I personally don't. I try not to allow this to deter me from my future decisions. So we're keeping an eye on this. It does look like it touched, it broke through, it held, it pushed back up, and now is back into its resistance at 390. So that's definitely something we're going to really keep an eye on here. We're going to keep an eye on the SPY and the Qs. Now we know we have all of this overhead resistance now that we have to try and fight with, okay, before we get above it and fight through other resistance. But right now, we're below it. So we're going to have to see this thing push up through, punch up through, pull back and retest. Or maybe this thing doesn't have enough juice and it fizzles out and starts heading to the south side. So we're going to keep an eye on all of that. But let's see how the rest of the indices. So same thing with the Russell 2000. As you guys know, before the banking crisis, before all this crap going down, the IWM actually had... give me 1 second, guys. I'll catch up on the chat for sure. Little Pencil, it is good to see you. B. Stewie, good morning, good morning. From the Nerve Center, good morning. What's up, Little Pencil? Good to see you. Yeah, we'll be watching ENZ. Yeah, it did hold that too. Yeah, absolutely, man. It stopped me out of ENZ, but that's a-okay. We're going to take a look at ENZ in just a minute. Let me run through these larger cap, though. It's good to see everybody already popping in. Good morning, everybody. Let me get a sip. I have some awesome news for you guys. Plenty of news from the stream end and news for the future. So this stream is growing like absolute wildflower. I love it. So let's look at the Qs, guys. The most anticipated ETF. What is the SPY going to do here? Well, let me point this out to you guys. This thing's been an absolute run. It's very, very extended, in my opinion, from this 200-day moving average. We went straight up. We had a 1, 2, 3, 4 days of nothing but push. This pullback is necessary. We had this pullback, and then it popped off this bottom. Now we're having another pullback, and it's actually testing this. Okay, so this is a double top from 3623. And if it doesn't want to hold this double top, I think we could break down and come back down and test, you know, the $300 at least. That psychological and technical area of $300. So keep that in mind, guys. We are in an area where if it wants to break this 304, that we could definitely head back down to 300 down here, retest this. And it would be breaking this trend line on the upside as well. So we're going to have to really keep an eye on this, but I will say that I am short right now, very small share size. I am short on the SQ, well, I'm long the SQs, which is shorting the QQQs just in this area. This is more of an area of support. That's why I went a really small share size on this, guys. Just because it is an area of support, but I'm banking on if this thing does start to pop, I'll just get out. But if this thing wants to flush before market open, then I'd rather have my shares in here because it is looking weak because we did break down this morning. And because of that quick panic breakdown, I feel like people bought it up, you know, and then we're coming right back up to that breakdown to retest. So I'm just in here for a short time, you know, a long time, not a long time, but a short time, but a good time. I think that's the way the saying goes. One day I'll get that saying right, and we'll keep on carrying on, baby. So we got Netflix, good old Netflix. We've been watching this thing for a long time now. This was a beautiful short right here, guys. Right at this 314, you can see we've had this drawn out for a while now. We didn't take that short. We're just keeping an eye on things, but now it's right back down here to this base. Now this base looks really nice for a long to the north side, but with the overall market looking kind of sketch, I would definitely want to keep an eye on this. You know, we've got this bounce, this one-time bounce, but now we're in pre-market, and we really aren't seeing a lot of price action happen. So if we could see this thing, say, smoke down here and catch a bid hard, let's say on the 15-minute or the hourly, and we start soaking up, you know, that's something I definitely would want to see to take a trade to the north side. But I'm going to have to see it prove itself to me. If not right now, I think with where we're at, the market is looking kind of iffy. And we'll try and figure out what I mean by iffy by running through the rest of these indices. So what do I mean by iffy on this? Well, we got this beautiful push up. We don't have much of a back test. There's no back test here. So we're kind of just lingering around in this area, this purgatory. Now it did in pre-market, did come down and test this area, which isn't a lot of support. This 276 isn't, you know, a ton of support. If we go back here, hopefully I can find where that went. Of course not. Give me 1 second, guys. I always have an issue with Thinkorswim when it comes to these silly... Oh, goodness. Let me close this up. We'll bring this up. We'll just take a look at Bitcoin while I'm trying to reset this, guys. Good thing we've been through hiccups before. We know what we need to do, and we're going to get them done. So, nope, it's still not working. All right, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and do this. It's only going to take me 1 second. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of the dark. All we got to do is reset Thinkorswim and bring it right back up. And while we do that, we'll take a look at Bitcoin because that is what all eyes are on anyway right now. Morning, my favorite commentator. Well, good morning. I almost called you Grandma. But you are a grandma, so good morning, Grandma. It is good to see you. Good to see you, as always. This sip is for me, not you. The next one will be for you, I promise. That's good. Let me catch up on the chat while we're waiting for my charts to load since I like to click the wrong buttons here. So what's up, Beijing? Good morning, Little Pencil. Good morning, B. Stewie. Good morning, Ginger. Did doing a cup and handle on my daily. The ENZ, yeah, absolutely. ENZ was looking really good. We marked out that $2 for you guys. I want to say Thursday we marked that out. And when it was Thursday, we just said how we wanted it to hold, you know, and sure enough, you know, I put my stop at 2 or just below, it stopped me out, and then it ripped up higher, you know, and that's just the way it happens sometimes, guys, you know, that's part of trading, you know, and if we would have kept an eye on it, we could have retaken that bid after it broke above that $2, and we may have been A-okay, but, you know, things happen, guys, things happen, it's no big deal, but, okay, now we're back to the indices. Goodness, sorry that took so stinking long. So, let me just go ahead and bring up these indices one more time. All right, we looked at the SPY. We want to see what the after hours looks like as well. So we'll click on equities and we'll click show extended hours in trading and we will apply that. So let's bring this to the hourly and we are going to get right back to it. So let's go back to Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft had this beautiful push, a retest of this 276 area. It looks great, absolutely love it so far, but you know, doing this in pre-market doesn't tell me so much. I'm going to want to see it do it during the live market open. If we could do this during the live market open where it comes down, it's going to test this area, it's going to show its support, it's going to show its true colors, well that's going to be a heck of a lot better. Excuse me while I take the sweatshirt off. It's getting warm in here already, baby. Woo! Let's heat things up. It's time to get amazing. AMZN, speaking of amazing, AMZN, look at this pooper scooper, right? If we look at AMZN, guys, we talked about this $100 psychological area. It's not only came up here and touched, but it just traded sideways on it and then ripped down. So we're going to have to see it test this again and break through and then come back and retest on that 100 above it. So we want to see this thing break through, come back, retest this $100 area to carry on higher. If not, you know, this thing might just continue to go to the south side. Obviously, it's not going to go straight down. We're probably going to see the pops, then the drops, the pop, then the drops, right? So let's take a look at Meta. Meta's been pulling back ever since it reached its peak there at 205.67. This line that we have here is a double top from its previous day from 130.23. So in January 30th, we made this top back here at 197.60, and now it's just trading below that. So that to me, you know, what I would personally like to see is Meta for a trade. I don't want to see Meta fail, obviously, because it's pretty heavily weighted in our indices. But if Meta wants to pull down a little bit more before our market open and then pop up into this 197 area, I think that'd be a great spot for myself to take a short sale trade. And if you guys are here with me during live, you will see me take trades just like this. And if you want to see more of me, guys, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. You can catch me right here. We also have a Discord, and there's only 3 things I ask you. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, guys, and be here for the pre-market prep. So I already see quite a few of you in here for a pre-market prep, so thank you, thank you, thank you. I do like having an audience, but what am I doing here, guys? What am I doing for pre-market prep? Well, I'm drawing these lines out, I'm checking through everything, and I'm making sure, hey, what does the market look like? What can I see in the market where I can actually create levels, find confluency across time frames, so that way I can either take a long or a short? Because you guys know I'm a bear with bull horns. I'm not stuck to one way or the other. Now, one thing I will say about NVIDIA is NVIDIA reached this peak here. Okay, its top at 286. That's what this line is drawn out for. And you can see when it hit that top of 286, we ended up selling our shares out from down here. You know, amazing risk reward on this. You couldn't ask for a better trade. And I wish I could see those every single day, guys. But after we seen these wick off toppersons right up here on the hourly, we decided to exit this trade for a pretty little win. Now, what did I say after I exited this trade? Let me re-inform if you don't remember. I said, I don't know what's going to happen here. That I have no clue what's going to happen up here because there's not enough price action for me. So if anything, this thing needs to find some more price action. Where's that price action? Back down here in this 240 area, right? So personally, you know, and I could be very, very wrong, this thing might find support. For the bull run on this, we're going to need to see it trading sideways. Right, we're going to need to see it trading sideways somewhere in between 245 and 255 in order for this thing to bring more bulls, to get more bulls on its side and carry on wayward sun, right? Because if we just, you know, we can't go straight up from here. We can't. We can. I guess we can't say we can't. But after a huge push like this in NVIDIA, I feel like it needs time to digest. It needs time to breathe. It needs time to understand and let the other investors know, hey, this is still an okay spot. It's still a safe spot to get in. But until that time comes, I'm going to be bearish. I'm bearish on NVDA just until we can see this thing shape up. Because if it breaks down this area, you know, I would be, if it broke this area, or let's just say even if it did pop up to this 261, that's probably a better way to look at this. If it pops up to this 261 on NVIDIA, well then I can almost guarantee I'll be taking a tasty little short to the south side. Now, if this thing wants to stop me out and continue higher, well, hey, I'm all for that. Chalk them bullhorns and head to the north side, baby. Let's take a look at old Uncle Tesla. So Uncle Tesla here, guys, looking pretty good. It's trying to hold these areas Now, I think if Tesla breaks down this area, we're going to have to come back around and retest 167, or at least find a new higher low in this area, or we're going to see some trouble for Tesla. Because I've told you guys about Tesla before. I think if Tesla does want to break down from this area, testing 166, 160, the 166 area, and then the next stop personally I think is that 140 area. So be careful in Tesla. If you are in Tesla for the long side, you know, make sure you use risk management, guys. That's the only thing I ask of everybody in this room. Make sure you use risk management. If you use risk management, you'll be able to show up another day. All right, we want to see everybody show up every single day to the market, obviously with a little bit more money than you had in the first place. But you know, if you don't, at least you used risk management and you knew how much you were going to lose throughout the day. So don't be fooled if you get excited and you're new and you start taking one trade and two trades and now you're up to 4 or 5 trades. You can really get yourself hurt, guys. You can really get yourself hurt not knowing your overall P&L selling point, right? So if I'm taking $20 on each trade and they all go to the south side all at once, and I got 4 trades, it's $80, guys. Boom, just like that. So keep in mind, no matter how many trades that you actually have, make sure you know what your overall availability is to lose if it hits your stops. Okay, so that way you always know how much you can lose. If it seems like you're getting a little squeamish, and it seems like a little too much, well then cut back. Don't use so many shares and learn rather than trying to win. Okay, so Apple came up here and touched this quadruple top. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can even call that 5 now. And it looked like it tried to have a nice little push. So we had a big fail. It broke this downward trend line, or this upward trend line in pre-market. So huge soak here on the 1 hour, which is absolutely nice to see. But here's the thing, it came right back up, didn't even make it back up to those highs, and started selling off again. So it looks like we are seeing confluency here in a few of our markets. Let's take a look at Google. So if we look at Google, we have this downward trend line I drew for you guys. Now, this could easily be a cup and handle pattern, but we need to see the handle here. We need to see this hold out, and we need to see this thing fight. But we need to know also that we are right at a $100 psychological level. So if it doesn't stay above this psychological $100 level and it starts to break through, I might be looking for some shorts here. I'm obviously going to want to see this thing flush and then pop up and touch that $100 level again before I take the short. But things are looking pretty dire here, where personally I think we're going to see a pullback in some of these larger indices. But I don't know where the pullback's going to go because we had such a high push. I'm thinking that pullback, we just have to find ourselves a new higher low, right? So if Google wants to find a new higher low, here's a new higher low, here's a new higher low. Where is this thing going to pull back to find this new higher low? I would say Google has the ability to come all the way back to this 96.50 area, okay? It has that ability. Now, if the market wants to prove that it's strong and things up in this area trade sideways and start to push higher, that's going to be an extremely bullish characteristic. But I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy happening because Wednesday, remember guys, Wednesday is the Fed rate hike decision, the FOMC meeting, okay? That is going to be awesome. The old Uncle Papa Powell, maybe not even Uncle, Grandpa Papa Powell, he's going to come out and he's going to start spitting on the mic. And if you guys remember the last time he talked, now this is a little different because we're going to have a rate hike decision. So you're going to see huge volatility in the market to one side or the other. But if you guys remember the last time he talked in front of Congress, both days, right when he turned on his mic, right at 10 o'clock, that we seen a huge fail in the market. And, it was actually quite funny, to be honest with you guys. Right when he turns on his microphone, the second he, is this thing on? The market just completely got wiped out. So, all right, so let me make sure we got everything. So look at, guys, this is RIOT. You guys remember the RIOT trade I was in, right? I did a nice video on the RIOT trade. It was absolutely beautiful. We took it here. We exited here. It was a beautiful trade, guys. Absolutely happy to be a part of that. Now, obviously, it took off even higher. which is great. You know, it's great for Bitcoin. We can take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin is absolutely just skyrocketing here, guys. This is the 1 hour, and it just went parabolic down here at these bases. Now trading at 54.70, still holding, making new lower highs. You know, Bitcoin, I would still like to see come back down here and test this area. Why? Well, if we zoom out, look at this. All of this crazy crap happened, you know, and it came back down and it tests. So all this huge push, this huge push up here, boom, 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 another push higher, it came back and tested. Now we're getting a push, 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 huge push up higher, and this area is what I'm identifying as this area. So I want to see this come back and test this 520 area before it heads on even higher. So we still have time. We still have time to get into Bitcoin, but we want to get it on pullbacks. We don't want to be buying these tops and then holding our breath. No, we want to wait for it to pull back. And look what I have marked here, guys. Pretty simple. If it pulls back to that same area that this pulled back to, if this pulls back to this area, well, then I might be looking for a nice little trade here again on RIOT. So yes, I do still wish that I held a piece. Yes, I do still wish I was full size. Shoot. But that's part of trading. We made, I think, a quick $30 or $40 on this just overnight, guys. You were here when I took it. Bought in here, sold out here. Super easy trade with NVIDIA. They all can't be that easy. You know, if you hear me say, Rabia, good morning, Rabia. We're going to run through these really quick, Rabia, and then I will be right back to ya. Good morning. Just in case you missed it, we're looking at Tesla. Tesla's at this base here, Rabia. And if I see Tesla break this 177, you know, we're going to come down and test that 167. And we could even come all the way down to this 140 as we talked about on previous streams. So, Rabia, we're going to backtrack and just say, Tesla, good old Tesla. We got to give you the Tesla update, right? Because, you know, you and I both like to trade this. So, it did break this area of support in pre-market. How much we're going to give to that, I'm not 100% sure. But guys, Tesla, don't sleep on Tesla. You guys know this thing can get crazy really fast. But keep in mind, we need to know if you're going to trade this at all, use risk management, because I don't want to see anybody in this room ever getting hurt. I want you guys to know what you're risking and how much you're going to risk, how much you're able to lose. So we looked at RIOT. Some of our next mentions that I just want to keep an eye on, so I'm going to do it every time we do the indices, is Etsy. It looks like it's curling up here, but because it's under its 200-day moving average and broke this trend line, I might take a really nice short here on Etsy. One thing I didn't do with Etsy is look up ETY, is it? Or is it ESY? Come on now, Michael. ETSY. So if we look at Etsy and we just bring it down here and we take a look at the actual financials of it, you know, it doesn't look like, you know, it's this huge outlier anymore. Now I'm just glancing at this, guys. That's all I'm doing. I'm just glancing at this, and it doesn't look like it's got this huge, you know, outlier, like it's this crazy, amazing new stock anymore. Now, if it was making money hand over fist every single day, where I constantly was seeing like increased revenue, increased year over year, that would be a different story. But this, personally, to me, you know, I'm bearish for now on Etsy until it breaks above that 200-day moving average. If not, I'm going to use that 200-day moving average as kind of a as where I plan on getting short. You know, so it's coming back up to test that trend line again from the underside, and you guys know I like retests, so I'm going to keep that in mind for a short sale, and probably for the longer term. So we will see. Now let's go ahead and take a look at this is the NASDAQ. Okay, we can skip over that. Now let's go ahead and look at PDD. So guys, on PDD today, we had earnings and it opened up in a huge gap down. Huge gap down, but don't sleep on PDD, because anytime I've seen huge gap downs like this, we've seen it get bought right back up. Okay, so be careful with PDD. It did have a big downside, did break down to the downside. So let's go ahead and look at these small caps and see what's going on. Let's go ahead and open up this. We have INM on the gap up scanner. We're not seeing too much happen with this. INM doesn't look very good, but it did break above this area of support. But keep in mind, guys, anytime it came up to this area, this 140 area, it's not looking too good. So we're going to look at little pencils ENZ. Let's see what's going on with ENZ. Now, guys, you guys were here when I took this trade. It did end up stopping me out first thing in the morning. If you guys guys remember, it came down here, and I just did this for your entertainment. Very, very simple, because I know there's a lot of people that like to play these. Now look, it held this $2 area. That's what I like to see. Now, it did wick me out. It got me out of this trade. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It didn't get me out of this trade. We actually had to stop at like 195, 197, somewhere around there, but it never got us out here, guys. And we actually ended up taking a trade on this. Actually, I should be able to mark the trades to show them. Let's take a look. Yeah, so we took 2 trades on this, guys. We got in here, it stopped me out on this break, and then we got back in here after we didn't cherry pick that bottom and we made a little bit of money. Oh, actually, we lost a little bit of money on this because I oversized here. We were down $20 on this trade. Remember that first thing in this morning? And then we got back in for a smaller share size, a quarter of that, and then made $5. So we are actually down $15 in total on ENZ, but we did have a bigger loss and a smaller win there, because if I'm going back into it, I always take smaller share size because I don't want to try and fight back and say, hey, I got to make this money back. That's just not the way it works sometimes, guys. That will get you hurt sometimes thinking like that, so just be careful with that mentality. But we did end up taking the trade. It did end up holding that $2, and it's still looking like it is trying to hold that $2. So if you are looking at this small cap low float, keep in mind that it is losing a lot of its liquidity. We're not seeing much liquidity at all in this, meaning that could either be a liquidity trap, so it will push the bulls, it'll push to the north side, getting all of your short sellers out of it, or that could mean that nobody else is interested in the stock, and if it opens, it's going to open under its bout of liquidity, which if it gives a pop up into this area, this might be a really, really good short. So this is something that some of those bears are probably going to be looking at. So keep your eye on ENZ. It looked like it lost its liquidity, and if we do get some to the north side, it looks like it's going to be a short sale. Now, I do hope this thing holds out so we can see a multi-day runner, but it's not looking too good for it as of right now. So let's go ahead and look at some of our other ones. So we have ELEV. You guys seen I marked this out for you. These 2 areas of liquidity. I said if it can get above and keep coming down and test, we might see it head higher. And sure enough, ELEV did hold this area of $2 very nicely, and it is trying to head higher. So ELEV does look like something we want to keep in our watch list, but if you're not already in this trade, I would probably wait for it to come back and retest one more time. So be careful. These are low floats. These are caps that will rip your face off. THMO, speaking of which, this seemed to be really popular, guys, in some of the chats out there. But the first thing I want to let you guys know is it is a low float. It will rip your face off, and it's getting really choppy. Now, this thing, anytime it's came up into this 650 area, it sold off pretty hard. Look at this. Sold off, sold off, sold off. Now it looks like it is breaking lower. Not looking really good for the overall THMO stock. But if it can hold out this area, this $5 area, I think it has a chance. It's got support because it's clearing out all those long sellers, and now it's holding its area. Excuse me. Guess I need more coffee. If this thing wants to keep clearing out this liquidity that I drew out for you, and it wants to start, let's say it starts trailing sideways right up in it and it starts to curl, I think a breakout at this $7 area might be really, really nice. So we're going to want to keep an eye on THMO, but right now there's no trade in THMO. There definitely can be one for the future. Let's take a look at AIMD. AIMD, as you guys know, has been very, very interesting. Very quick mover. Now we have this bout of liquidity up here at $2.12. That's just above, so it's kind of bouncing around between this 120 and this 220 area. So we just need to keep that in mind, guys. This is kind of playing in the middle. If you guys want to be in this trade, you need to either buy a bottom or sell a top. Don't play in the middle. It'll get you chopped up. All right, let's take a look at XPON. And that's still holding that 10-day moving average, still looking really, really well. You know, personally, I want to see these things really squat down and get really, really tight on that 10-day moving average before I take any kind of trade in it. So let me remove these trades here. Let me apply that. We're going to bring up the SPY on the left-hand side, or the Qs actually, because I know I am looking at staying short on the Qs. But if the Qs do want to break this little thing before open, I'm going to be out of here with my small long on the SQs. So I just went really, really small, just trying to see if we could get that breakdown. I'm down about 80 cents on this, guys. It's absolutely no big deal. I'm just doing a little pre-market trading on very small share size because I don't want to get hurt, one, and two, it's harder to get in and out of these pre-market areas because you can't buy or sell market and it's not liquid. So when you do use a buy order or a sell order, whether it's join the bid or join the ask, you have to wait until it actually hits your order. So yes, Rabia. Hope everyone is keeping well. We hope you are too, Rabia. I'm looking at a low float COOK. Let's take a peeky gander at COOK. So this is a low float. Let's see what we got. What kind of business is on this? Let's see. First thing I'm going to look up is the short interest. We're at 7.95 on the short float interest, which is not bad at all, guys. We want to see above 30, and we are looking at 110 float. There's 110 million shares traded on Cook. So it is a low float, but it isn't crazy low float. These things can still move very fast. This one's moving at 7.8% in a day. And if I move out to the hourly, maybe we can get a better inclination of what is going on. So we can tell that anytime, well, first of all, this is gapped up on earnings. Okay, first of all, gapped up on earnings. Yesterday opened up 14% high, and it held a lot of those gains. So that actually looks good for Cook. But let's look at the overall on the daily. This thing has been a huge sell-off. This thing has been doing nothing but popping up and then selling off, popping up and then selling off, and you can see it on this daily here. Anytime it gets a little bit, it sells off, gets a little bit, sells off. This one even pushed a little higher and sold off very, very hard. So we're getting another pop into that resistance. Will this pop actually hold? Well, I would need a lot more time on Cook in order for it to give me the conviction I want. So here's the 1 minute. You can see it doesn't do much in pre-market, but it is holding this area out, right? It's holding this $3.50 area out. But if this thing breaks this 350, you know, I have nothing on this. I would say that this thing could easily fail. We're not seeing a ton of support here in this area just yet. So Cook looks good, but it needs more time in my opinion. So keep an eye on that for sure, for sure. So let's go ahead and let's take a look at my trades. So I only have 2 trades right now. We know we have AI here, guys. AI, if it wants to come down, I'm going to hold true to this AI trade. Let's swing on the hourly. You can see why I took this trade, guys. It's very obvious. This has a beautiful base bottom, and I like this base bottom. B. Stewie pointed this out to me, and it looked really, really good. And so I just took a very, very small share size just so that way we can keep an eye on this and try and actually play it out the way we want it to. So AI, we're just kind of holding on to this thing. We want to see this thing stay above my stop out price. The stop out price is a break-even price, meaning if I stop out on this trade, that's a-okay. I haven't lost any money on it. Okay, so I'm just kind of sitting in here. Not a lot of liquidity, not a lot of crazy stuff happening, but you know, I'm in it for a short time, not a long time. In it for a good time, not a long time. I'm really gonna figure that one out. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and join the bid. I'm gonna join the ask. I'm gonna get out of this in just a minute here. I gotta see if this wants to break above this area and it wants to hold the support. Yeah, it looks like it wants to. So I'm just gonna get out of this. Excuse me. I just took a small share short to see if it was going to break this area. Because it's not breaking that area, well, I don't want to be a part of it anymore, guys. It's just real simple. I'm not doing anything crazy here. Just really small share size in the pre-market just to get me warmed up, wet my whistle, if you will. Speaking of wet your whistle, let me grab this coffee pot here. Let me give it a nice little pour. Oh, yeah. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing. So, guys, we are still looking for a coffee sponsor. You know, maybe I just go to Aldi's because I like their coffee and it's cheap. You know, it's like, hey, guys, you know, just pay my electric bill and everything's going to be all right. You know, let me get some Aldi's coffee because I got all these kids and all these bills to pay. So we got the Qs trying to break above that downward trend line in pre-market. We don't care for pre-market, not nearly as much as market open. We want to make sure that we obviously see that market open showing its true colors. Let's run through the indices really. Well, actually, let me go through so just so you guys know, there's no news coming out today. We don't have anything crazy coming out today, but I will say this, you guys need to mark your calendars for Wednesday. Okay, so Wednesday, when you're here, on Wednesday, make sure you show up for pre-market prep, but know that at 2 o'clock, and yes, I will be open at 2 o'clock, I'm going to do an all-day live stream for this Fed rate hike decision. Okay, very, very important stuff, guys. There is a Fed rate hike decision that is happening, and we want to make sure that we are a part of it, guys. Why? Because all eyes are on this. If the Fed decides that they're going to raise interest rate hikes higher than 0.25%, I have a feeling that we're going to see a big bear day in the market. And if they decide that they aren't going to raise interest rates at all, which is it is possible, that would see an absolutely monstrous push to the north side. So we want to keep that in mind, guys, that on Wednesday, I will be here all day, 8 o'clock until 4 o'clock, talking just like I do during the 4 hours that I do it. So if you guys want to be a part of that, if you want to tune in and say hi to me, I will be here all stinking day on Wednesday. So mark your calendars, because it's not just going to be important for this live stream, but it's going to be important for everybody's livelihood and accounts. So be here for that. Mark your calendar. So that is the news that I have for today, and it's about Wednesday. All right. Now, as for tomorrow, we can take a look at what we have actually going on in the economic calendar for tomorrow. So tomorrow we have existing homes sales. So I'll go ahead and read to you what exactly the existing home sales means, and you can let me know whether that means much to you. Now, it's not a huge liquidity mover. It has been in the past. So existing home sales measures the change in the annualized numbers of existing residential buildings that were sold during the previous month. So here, I'll read it again. Existing home sales measures the change in the annualized numbers of existing residential buildings that were sold during the previous month. Okay, so if we're going to keep an eye on this, depending on, you know, are you in different retail different stocks that have to do with, I'm stuttering and I'm shaking here because I just want to make sure we get out of this bit. We need to make sure that we are on good till close extended, and we want to join the ask, right? So we can sell those 20. There we go. We took a small $3.40 loss in the pre-market. As you guys know, that's just chump change. I'm just kind of diddling around. If this thing wanted to break in pre-market, I wanted to hold on to those few shares short for the overall day. But because we're actually shaping up and it does look good, I'm getting out. We're taking small losses, trying to earn big wins here, guys, okay? So depending on how you use that existing home sales, depending on what stocks you look at, that might be more to you or more to somebody else than it does to me or you. So keep that in mind. We aren't going to follow it that well. We'll obviously be here for it at 10 o'clock, and we'll see if it wants to move the market, and we'll know why. But the biggest day this week is going to be that Fed interest rate hike decision at 2 o'clock on Wednesday. So make sure you mark your calendar. Okay, guys, make sure you mark your calendar. It is going to be an absolute doozy. I promise you that. So let's see. We do want to run through the bank stocks just because things are absolutely nutso in these banks. Now, you guys know Credit Suisse has been in the building, right? Or Credit Susie, as some people call it. That's what we were calling it on Robinhood's stock market watch list. Absolutely hilarious. So Credit Susie is being bought up by UBS. So here's Credit Susie down here at 84 cents. This is why you guys need to be careful with just buying up any bottom. You know, I had a few friends that just, you know, hey, we're buying the dip. We're buying the dip. Well, what are you buying it in, and why, and where is your risk? A lot of times they can't tell me that, and that's extremely scary, guys. When you're looking at these bank stocks and you go, hey, you know what? This looks like a great area to buy in. Well, why? There's no support down here. There's absolutely zero support. So quit just buying any random stock just because your friends are doing it. You know, and I hate to sound like I'm chastising anyone, but it's the truth, you guys. I don't want anybody getting hurt, so it might sound like I sound like a dad, because I am a dad. But quit buying up crap. You know, make sure you know what you're buying in, guys, or this crap can happen to you. I don't want to see anybody getting hurt. So make sure if you are in credit, or if you were in Credit Squeeze, you can learn something from this, guys. Make sure, you know, especially because of this, like, you weren't getting out of this. If you were in this yesterday at any point in time and you're long in this area, you're waking up to this. You're waking up to a huge loss. You know, you're down 56%, guys, 56%. half of whatever you put into this is gone, absolutely gone. And now what are you going to do? Bag hold until it gets back up here? I mean, that's what a lot of people do. But anyway, Credit Suisse is being bought up by UBS, which I thought was interesting because UBS tanked with Credit Suisse this morning in the pre-market. So, UBS is coming back. It is bouncing back. And if this thing were, to continue to move higher, I still wouldn't trust it unless it came back, retested this $18 area. Other than that, right now it's retesting its breakdown area. So this looks more like a short to me than anything. But again, you're not seeing a lot of levels here. This is all new. Well, I guess not here for UBS. UBS actually has a ton of support right here in this area. So this could be the bounce. If this bounces here and starts to head down to the south side, that could be really, really bad for UBS. Now, it buying another company is nothing but good news for UBS because it's showing that it's very strong, that it has the ability and the cash flow to be buying up other banks. So that sounds really good for UBS, but because it's running right into this resistance area, we need to see it prove itself to us. And how do we do that? Very simple. We want to see it break up through this $18 area, come back and retest. That would be a decent buy on UBS, risking that same area. But after seeing how these things can move in the pre-market and the aftermarket, I don't want to mess with these banks. Okay, unless it's for a day trade, I don't want to mess with these banks. So I'll keep an eye on them for you, for me, for our mental capacity. But when it comes to buying these up, guys, I don't know. This First Republic is sitting right here on that $19 area. I drew this $19 area up for you because we're trying to at least make some sense of what's going on here. So we're trying to draw these lines and say, hey, this area is at least holding. Well, it looks like it's breaking down now. So it's not the prettiest looking stocks. Okay. Now I'm going to run back through the indices, guys. I want to take a look a little bit at everything, see what's going on here now that we're trying to find some support here, which would be really, really nice in the market to actually see some support if we want to continue higher. But let's take a look. So we broke down and now we're back up into this area of resistance for the SPY at 390. Let's look at IWM. We did bounce off new lows, but we're back up here into this resistance at 172. Let's take a look at the Qs. We did break that support and we're back up, but now we're in the area of resistance. Netflix. It looks like Netflix broke that uptrend line and is coming back up to test that resistance area. Let's look at Microsoft. Microsoft's still looking strong, still holding a lot of its gains, and still trading at its closing price or just below its closing price of Friday. So Microsoft is looking the strongest out of all of these. When it did come back and test, all it did was test its daily bottoms from Friday and it held. So Microsoft is still looking very strong compared to all of the rest of the indices. Let's look at Amazon. So Amazon did sell off at that $100 area and did break its upward trend. Now, if Amazon's going to come back up and test this 100 while everything else is looking weak, this might be the short for me. This $100 test might be the short on Amazon for me. We are definitely going to keep an eye on that before market open. So we don't have too much longer till market open. We got about an hour, about 45 minutes till market open, guys. So keep that in mind. We want to know where all these levels are. It looks like Meta's just pressing up on that 197 area. Now I like that 197 area because it is that double top that I wanted to see come back down and test. It didn't come back down and test it. It came back down and broke through it. When it broke through it, now it's coming back up to test that 197 area. And to me, guys, that is looking like a great area to short if it can't break through it. So I'm not going to try and cherry pick this top here, but I do like where this sits. I wish it was a little bit further down here in the pre-market, so that way during market open, if we did get a pop, I could use that, but if we get a pop in the market anywhere up here, I don't see anything too crazy. This is showing like this $200, this psychological $200 area might be the pop that we're going to look for. So just keeping an eye. Obviously I'm getting more and more bearish as the time goes on. But I got to see support. I don't really have a lot of sight here because there's a lot of stocks that are extended. that we need to see support. There's a lot of stocks that are into resistance. So we're kind of got a mixed bag here, guys, of what's going on. So I think we're going to need more time in the market. We're going to need more time in pre-market before we really have a solid understanding of what's going on. So sorry it took so long, B Stewie. I got JOBY, Jobby Aviation, over here on the right hand side. So if we look at JOBY Aviation, you guys can tell that this thing has been doing nothing but popping and dropping since its inception. Pop, drop, comes all the way down here, pop, drop. We got another one pop just over the 200-day moving average, and then it failed. And now we're down here at its all-time lows. Well, not its all-time lows. Its all-time lows were at $3.14. It looks like it's trying to create a new lower high here, which is always good. You want to see it create new lower highs and then hold. If it doesn't hold those new lower highs, then we ain't looking at nothing constructive. So we need to see this area hold, this 350, 360, 75 area-ish. I would say 375. If it can hold this 375 area, it's looking constructive down here at the bottom. But JLBY, if you look at the overall inception of the stock, it's not a good stock to be in. There's no proof of concept. It needs to get above that 200-day moving average and trade sideways so it can gather its friends in the bullpen before heading higher. So JOBY definitely needs some more time, but I know why that you sent that out there, B Stewie. Definitely understand it, and that's good. We gotta keep on the aviation if you want to learn aviation. So we'll bring up INM over there on that right hand side. That's about the only real mover. I do want to look at AM just to see where that's at. So AM came all the way back down to this 865 area because it's pulled back, pushed, and never got any higher. And anytime it came up to this area, it sold off. I don't trust anything out of AM anymore. Personally, I think it's going to die. So that's just my thoughts. They're not yours, so don't use those as buy or sell recommendations, guys. Just a big talking head on here that loves doing this job. I absolutely do love being here. So thank you so much for joining me, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I'm giving you the best commentary, the best analysis, and of course, the best, well, maybe not the best all the time, but we do like to trade on this show, guys, and you can learn from me. If I'm taking a loss, you know I'm a loser unless I'm learning. So make sure you guys stick around for the winners and the losers because we go over all of it every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm not going nowhere. So I would say Apple and Microsoft are looking the strongest out of this. What else can we see? Is Nvidia still holding up? And it is. It is trying to hold up in these areas. So still, it's a mixed bag across the board, guys. It's just tough. It's tough. We got Tesla down here at its support, right? We have Apple sitting up here at its resistance, right? Because we've noticed it 1, 2, 3, 4 times now, and now it's, it's in its 5th round here. But as you guys know, anytime it pushes and it can't break down any further, we got this push that broke down all the way down to here, this push that made a new higher low, this push that made a new higher low. Now this push, if it pushed up, if this is its new higher low, we can expect a breakout on Apple if it wants to keep pushing higher and keeps holding new higher lows. That's the only thing that can happen, right? If it keeps making new higher lows and it keeps finding all that supply that everybody keeps selling off, but it doesn't go any lower, it doesn't go any lower. Well, what happens when you have a ton of buyers and nobody else to sell to? This thing becomes a very, very wanted, very needed stock, and it's looking really, really good in this area. So I really like Apple in this area. We're going to have to give it some more time to see what it wants to do, but I do like Apple there still. Now, Google. If Google can find support, kind of like it's trying to show us at this $100 area, and it doesn't break down this $100 area, this could be really, really nice for Google. We even have some sloppy tops over here on Google that we can mark out, guys. I mean, it goes way back to here. This $100 psychological level is very discerning. Like, we could definitely take a trade off of this. So if it wants to hold this $100 area, maybe we can catch a bid in this area to take it on higher. But there's a huge thing that I really want to point out here, guys, is that yes, Google is making new higher lows, but it is right into that 200-day moving average, and it's down trend line. So if it's going to sit here in these areas, right, if it's going to sit here in this area, it needs to prove it to us before we really do anything, make any rash decisions. So we got London on the track. Actually, guys, if you want to do me a huge favor, just go ahead and take a look at your screen really quick. We got quite a few in here. Need to go ahead and mute that one. But look at this, guys. Make sure you are live. You want to click this live button right here. Click that live button. I just watched myself pick my nose. It looks like on stream. That was cool. If you scroll down here, guys, we have this like button. If you go ahead and smash that like button, absolutely just obliterate that like button. And then while you're there, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, giving you the best of the best. Can I look at HUBC? You're darn tootin' I can, little pencil. And guys, I was just going to tell you that if you want to see something that I am not looking at, then you need to let me know. And this HUBC is a crazy trader. Everybody's talking about HUBC, guys, so we're going to talk about HUBC as well. So why do we want to talk about HUBC? Well, it's pretty simple. If you get a ton of people talking about HUBC and they want to push and squeeze this thing higher, we want to be a part of that. We want to keep an eye on it. Or maybe you're on the other side and you want to find out the best place to take a short. Well, if that's the case, we're going to look at these. And thank you for absolutely smashing the like, or smacking the like button, little pencil. Dude, I love your support, man, and I love your enthusiasm too. So let's look at HUBC, guys. So we have HUBC, and here's the fight here, guys. Okay, we have this area of liquidity on HUBC at $2 at $3, right? And so if this thing pushes up to that $3 area, we expected to see some sell-off. Now we've seen that sell-off. It sold off, and then it came back up, touched it again, sold off even further. But here's the thing. It's holding this new higher low, and it got soaked up on the base here. What I want to see for HUBC is it come back up and break this area on volume. It needs to break the area. It needs to break it on volume before it can come up and test this area of $5. Okay? That's its next area. After it breaks 3, 5 is its next stop. I don't think this thing is going to go to the moon because it's got a ton of overhead resistance, but I've been wrong before, guys. This thing could very well go to the moon. But what I'm seeing is this break at 330 and moving up to this 489. That's what I'm seeing with HUBC. If it wants to hold out, and if you want to use this, low of pre-market as your risk at $2.50, it looks like a psychological area, but not so much a strong technical area. So HUBC, definitely keep it on your watch list. This might be something really nice. Or a lot of the bears, what they're going to be watching for this, guys, is to see a pop in the morning. Okay, and then they're going to try and get in short using this pre-market high of 327 as their stop out. So keep that in mind too, guys. There's two different sides to every story. If you want me to be the bear with bull horns, I can. I would swipe down after it got into this area, but if it pushed up through, I would want to be a bull. So that's what you got. This is where the area of fighting is going to be for that. So RIOT back over here looks like it's doing a nice little pullback. Let's take a look at Bitcoin just to see where this beautiful thing is sitting. So Bitcoin is trading at 546, and it is just still lingering at those highs. It's just amazing to see, with the whole banking crisis, with everything going down, it's pretty humorous to see everybody flooding into Bitcoin because it's like, we don't trust these scary assets. We're pulling our money out of Bitcoin. And then, we don't trust our banking system. So let's put it back into Bitcoin, the scary asset, So it's all just kind of funny. It's all relative, really. It's all what you believe, what you think. And as long as you can make money from it, if you can cancel some of this noise out and you can make money in this market, there are so many opportunities out there, guys. There's so many opportunities. And here we go. The SPY is trading at 391.50, looking really good in these areas. But remember, this is the area of resistance. So let's go ahead and look at all of the indices to see where they are heading right now. So it looks like the IWM also is seeing a nice little push to the north side. The Qs are bouncing off of that area, guys. Looking very good for the Qs. Goodness, I love to see it. Let me zoom in on the 5-minute. Yes, nice bounce, nice support here, nice breakthrough on that small downward trend line. We're going to zoom back out to the hour because we don't want to get too excited here. But it looks like we are starting to see some things shape up. By shaping up, I mean heading to the north side. Now, there is still plenty of overhead resistance for plenty of things in this area, but if we can see our big dogs like Microsoft, like Amazon, like Google, like Meta, and we start seeing them want to push up higher, well, that is good news. But we do know there is overhead resistance. Wow. Do you guys like my yawn talk? That's horrible. That is horrible. Oh my gosh, I sound like I have something wrong with me. So I was yawning. There's nothing wrong with me. I mean, there is something wrong with me. Anyway, guys, we got Microsoft trading at $279.20. Let's go ahead and take a look at Amazon again. Amazon, we want to see push up to that $100 area. I've already socialized with you guys and told you that $100 psychological area for Amazon, it might take me a very big short sale to the south side if it wants to pop back up into that area. If the overall market does look like it's failing. And here is Meta finally breaking back above that double top, guys. I wasn't expecting that to happen, to be very honest with you. Now, if it wants to stay above that area, I want to see it get above that area so it can come back down to test so we can take a long trade on it, right? You see what I'm doing here, guys? It's really simple. Below it, I'm bearish, but I want to see a pop so I can drop. Above it, I am bullish, but I want to see a drop so it can pop. It's that psychological area, guys, because anytime you buy these pops, they're going to sell off into you, right? Oh, one thing else I told you, I forgot to tell you guys to do me a huge favor and vote on this poll here, guys. If you vote on this poll, I'd really appreciate it. I'm just curious, how do you feel the SPY will open? And we only have 30 minutes till the open, so this poll, we're going to have to end this poll soon. So I don't care how many we actually get on this poll. I just need you guys to vote because I really am curious to see how well we can do as a community guessing these things. And so far, we've been pretty spot on, guys. Every poll that we've made, we've been pretty spot on. And so I like to see that. I like to see that our sentiment works well and that that we're on the right track here. And Meta is getting a nice push up here off those bases. Now trading at 198.15. Wow, you like to see it, guys. You like to see it. Now, is this its area of resistance? Where will it sell off at? Who knows? Or maybe it will continue to push so we can take a nice little trade when it pulls back on its support. NVIDIA still being supported down here in this area of 255. We want to see this thing continue to trade sideways in this area because I feel like if it breaks down, it has the ability to give back all of those gains and then retest this 244, 245 area. So if it's going to do that, we need to really make sure we're using proper risk management. So if you're a big bull on this thing and you got a lot of shares from when we took it, remember, you need to know where your stop out is. Don't give everything back, okay? KTOS thoughts, Poppy Crapper? Yeah, we'll take a look at KTOS right here on the top right-hand side, guys. And good morning, Stu Klott. Good morning, good morning. It's good to hear from you, brother. I hope you have a beautiful day at work, and I hope you're green in the market as usual, my friend. So good morning to you. This one's for you, not for me. This one's for you. So cheers to you, B. Stewie. I know you're probably sipping on some tea or something. No coffee for my boy Stu Klott, but you know, if you got tea, whatever you're drinking, I'm cheersing for you, brother. This one's for you, not for me. Oh, but mine's way better. I hate to brag, but mine's better. Tesla, let's take a look at the good old Uncle Tesla, Rabia. We're taking a look at old Uncle Tesla right now. And it does look like it's trying to pull back, but this is support, guys. This 177 is support. This is a nice area to use as risk, I personally believe, because we've already broke through it in pre-market, which doesn't mean nearly as much as market hours. And because it's broke through, it's reclaim, it came back down and tested. And now on the hourly, we're starting to see some wick. It's still showing that there is support there. So, and I could be very wrong. This thing might just break down, break through, and head even lower in this area of purgatory. We don't want to see that happen, but if we can see it wick off the bottom and go head on higher, that would be a lot better for Tesla in this situation. So we're going to keep an eye on Tesla. It's looking absolutely interesting, is to say the least. Very interesting in this area. So just some good news, guys. We'll go back to the stock market here in just a second, but I want you guys to know what's happening in my life and what's happening with the stream. So I want you guys to know we are up over 350 something. We're over 350 subscribers, guys. We're up over 350 subscribers. That is all thanks to you. okay? I only can hit the subscribe button so many times, right? And the rest, it all gets based on you guys. It's all based on the love and the support and people showing up to be here. And I want to take a second out to say thank you. Thank you as this community, as we grow. I cannot thank you enough. I absolutely love this community that we're growing. Everybody that's in the Discord, everybody that I chat with outside of this, the people that are calling me after stream so we can talk more about finances or talk more about what they think or how they can grow or get better, or, you know, it's all just progression. And I love to see progression. I love to see it in numbers, and I love to see progression in people. So the fact that some of you are calling me and you're asking for advice makes me feel great. Because, you know, I give the best that I can. Obviously, I'm not a financial advisor, so no buy or sell recommendations here. But I do just want to say that the community is just absolutely amazing, and I cannot thank you guys enough for that. So that being said, if you haven't heard already, last week I did resign from my job. I am doing this full-time trading, commentary, and live analysis, guys, for you. I also picked up my side gig now, which is absolutely amazing. I got a call from a high school, nothing but great compliments from them, and they said they heard me at the college track meet that I do some announcing for. And they're trying to get me hired right now. So that's awesome. We got a nice little, amazing little side venture to continue doing commentary, just like I love to do. So I actually just picked up another job, and let's hope that things just keep on heading to the north side from here. So I'm absolutely pumped to share that with you guys, to share that with the community, so you guys know I'm still making money outside the market doing what I love as commentary. So yeah. So I'm pumped. John Shields, what up? John Shields in the house. Good morning, John. It's always good to see you, brother. So guys, that's just a little news for me. And also remember, Wednesday is that FOMC meeting. The Fed rate hike decision will be at 2 o'clock. Yes, it will be extremely volatile in the market. So make sure that you guys that you guys are here for Wednesday, okay? I'm going to be here all day on Wednesday, guys. Usually I'm here from 8 until 12, but Wednesday I will be with you guys all stinking day. We're going to do that every Fed rate hike meeting, I believe, if I have the capabilities of doing it, just because I know it's going to blow every show out of the water. So make sure you mark in your calendars. Even if it's not for me, make sure you mark it for you so you can be here in front of the market and see what happens at 2 o'clock. So keep that in mind. Most of the day we'll probably be trading sideways on Wednesday, but we want to keep an eye on any areas, anything that needs to be marked out, so that way there is a push or a pull, we're there to buy it up. So I see a lot of you guys saying congratulations in the chat. Thank you, Rabia. Thank you, John. Yes, 350 is a big milestone, guys. We've only been open for about a month and a half now, and since the inception of this this YouTube, it's been going crazy parabolic. So I cannot thank you guys enough. It's all because of you guys. I mean, I have a little bit to do with it because I don't stop talking, and maybe people like that, but I think it's the chin personally. It's the little butt chin here. I think it's like a black hole, right? This butt chin's like a black hole. It's sucking all the subscriptions from people. But anyway, guys, let's continue on with the overall SPY. That was fun, but keep in mind we have less than 30 minutes till market open, so we're going to get through this SPY. And what I like to see, guys, is during this SPY, during these run-throughs, I want to see 30 minutes and then 15 minutes before market open. I want to see where things are shaping up so we know our levels, we know our lines. So at market open, you know, that's where I like to take my trades. So if I don't see anything going crazy or happening or touching my lines, I probably won't be the guy that's taking any trades. But I will say this, SPY is right up in to that resistance area. It wicked right into that liquidity area that I drew. Isn't that funny, guys? I draw these out for reasons, and then they end up working out perfectly. It's absolutely beautiful to see. So we're trading at 390.92 on the SPY, and I'll have to say this is looking like a great area to take a short. Personally, that's my opinion, just because we are showing that we had a huge drop in the morning from up here. It came back up to retest, and now look. This thing is just kind of just chilling in that area. And, you know, I don't want to take a lot But it is retesting this area, so maybe we just give this a little look-see, a little wait-see here and see what it wants to do in this area. But, you know, if it wants to test this area and we see it actually holding this area of 390, that's gonna look good for the market. It will look very, very good for the market, for the overall market, if it can hold that area. So we're gonna give it a little bit more time to see. We don't want to make any huge decisions right here in this area. We're gonna wait for market open for that. So the SPY looks like it is in an area of resistance. Will it hold? We're going to come back and revisit this in about 15 minutes before market open, so we have a better understanding of what's going on. So let me zoom back out here onto the hourly. Thank you, B. Stewie. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, man, you've been here since the beginning, B. Stewie, so you get to watch this thing from its very first day of its inception, and you've been here every day since then. So, you know, I cannot thank you enough for your support, B. Stewie. There's plenty of you out there that just keep showing up and keep showing up for that pre-market prep to do your due diligence. And, you know, that pat yourself on the back, you know, pat yourself on the back for that. Some people have a hard time just getting up out of bed, let alone trying to better themselves every single day. So if you're bettering yourself every day, that's because you're here for the pre-market prep, because you don't want to be just rolling out of bed trying to take trades, guys. We need to educate ourselves. Edumacation is important. So it looks like the Qs are back up into that support area. You know, it's not a lot of support. This is more psychological support than it is anything. And why I say that is because it has this this cup, now this handle, you know, and if it breaks down this 304 here, you know, it's not showing that it's super strong in this area. But we don't have like a lot of volume just sitting here. Now, we could go all the way back, you know, back here on these days. We could say this 307, there's a lot of liquidity, but that's where it touched and it sold off. So when we talk about where's the liquidity, well, we're just below that liquidity area. So we need to see this area hold, trade sideways, and push up higher again to try and continue breaking out those areas in the queue. Now, Netflix looks like it is just trading sideways off these bases. Now, it is bouncing off of its area of resistance. So it's got this upward trend line that I drew from you guys a while back now. It is above a 200-day moving average, looking absolutely awesome here for Netflix, and it has been for a long time after this huge sell-off. And then it going above that 200-day moving average, absolutely amazing for Netflix. But now here we broke the upward trend line. It's coming back up to test that, and now it's failing off that upward trend line. So Netflix, you know, it really needs to prove itself here. It really needs to show its colors here. It's kind of just in a purgatory area, but I can't really get a good read on Netflix in that area. As now Microsoft is doing a nice little pullback here in this area. It did test this 276 area, but after that bounce, it created a new higher low in the pre-market. So again, not seeing a lot going on up here for Microsoft, except for the fact that if it wants to come back down and test these areas, it's going to be a very important to test. Okay, so we might get a big pullback and then a test for that area. AMZN trading at 98.59. Let's see where Meta's at. So Meta is coming back down to test this area. It does look like it is starting to soak a little bit on that area on the hourly. Let's see how the 5-minute looks for Meta, because we know this is a very important area for this stock. Now, it tested. It looks like we're getting a little bounce off of that. That's very interesting for Meta. You know, we want to see Meta hold. We want to see Meta continue higher, but if it can't here, you know, this might be a great area to short using this area as risk. So that's why I bring that up. What's up, Miles? Good morning, Miles. Miles is a student at Monroe Jiu-Jitsu. He's one of the little one of the kids in there that, you know, he's not a kid anymore. I mean, he is a kid, but shoot, the kid, he towers over me. He towers over me. And so, you know, his triangle chokes are going to be amazing. But yeah, Miles, you know, he's one of those guys in jiu-jitsu. This is hilarious. He's gonna be one of those guys in jiu-jitsu because I'm getting older now. I used to, you know, the big guys that would come into the gym that were burly and scary and they were new and they were, you know, nobody wanted to roll with them. You know, I would always go up against those guys. I would always take care of those guys, you know, and show, you know, hey, this is what jiu-jitsu is and this is how easy it is to control you as a human being. Well, now that I'm getting older, Miles is going to be that guy. Miles is going to be the guy where we say, hey, Miles, you go roll with the new guy, the big spazzy white belt, you know, and he's going to be able to control and take care of that. So, Miles, this one's for you. Cheers for Miles. Miles, you stay young so I can get old, and you take care of the big guys coming in the gym now because, you know, my knee hurts. Only kidding, I'll still take on those big guys. You know I love it. But Miles, you are awesome. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for saying hi. I love the support. I got a lot of jiu-jitsu brothers that come in here and support me, so it's nice to see you in here, Miles. Thank you so much. All right, so guys, we're looking at Meta. We're seeing this thing. We want to see it shape up. We want to see how this is going to act in this area. Is it going to respect this 197.50 area, or is it going to just round itself out and just head to the south side? NVDA. Ooh, does look like it's trying to hold this area as support, which was its Thursday's closing price. If it wants to hold that support and keep on heading higher, that's looking very, very strong for NVDA, looking very strong for Meta. I absolutely think today is going to be glorious for these. So we're having a slow start this morning, guys. It's not too crazy in the market, not too many big moves, and I think it's going to probably be like this until Wednesday. We're going to see moves, we're going to see things actually trading, and we're going to take some trades, but we need to understand that we're not seeing a lot of price action happening in pre-market, and I think a lot of people are just waiting to see what's going on, what's happening. Because with all the banks and everything, you know, Credit Suisse just absolutely failing. It looks like we're getting a little pop off the bottom here in Credit Suisse. But with all that happening, guys, you know, this could be a very slow day in the market because everybody just wants to see what's happening. But last time I said that, too, we have to keep that in mind. The last time I said, hey, this might be a boring day in the market, you know, yada, 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 we had one of the craziest days in the market. So let's look at PDD, guys. So PDD had that absolute huge sell-off here. And I marked this base. This is a base of like support. You know, you want to see the support. Now, what I've seen in this before is that they clear out a lot of areas before heading higher. So what happened with PDD? Well, PDD came out with way better expected earnings than anticipated. So looking at this, you know, we're about $2 higher than my support area. So I would consider this a support area. It's a nice support area. It did break above that VWAP, and we could use that as support, as risk in our risk management to take this to the long side. What else is being supported? Well, its all-time lows are down here as well. So it's all-time, well, not its all-time lows, but its base at 78.75 is right there as well. So if it breaks that base, it probably is going to head lower. So that's where we would want to be out. But looks like it cleared that area of liquidity and now broke up to the high side and is trading sideways. So I'm going to keep an eye on PDD for a trade to the north side if the overall market is shaping up. Granny Ranny's dropping in. Good morning, Granny Ranny. Good morning to everyone. Have an awesome day, she says. Good morning, Granny Ranny. This one's for you. Cheers to you, Granny Ranny. You know I love you, my guardian angel, but you got to be careful because we all know she's carrying a pocket of millions and she will squeeze you out at any low float stock that you're in. So be careful. Granny Ranny, the whale trader, she's in here to squeeze us all out like a juice box. So keep that in mind, guys. Make sure Granny Ranny is not looking at the stock that you're trying to short. So we've all learned the hard way. Granny Ranny has all squeezed us out of a juice box squeezer before. So good morning, Grandma. I hope you're having an awesome day and cheers to you. Let's go ahead and run through what's going on. So BOXD, let's zoom out of here. Nope, nothing too much going on for that. We did a 48% jump in BOXD, but it does not look constructive. GLS, same. We're not, I'm just trying to run through the earnings, guys, to see if I find anything that looks interesting, anything that looks appealing to the eye. Well, right here's one, guys, Foot Locker. Okay, let's take a look at Foot Locker here. Foot Locker, wow, what an amazing jump here, guys. Let me just go ahead. Well, it's only up 8%, but that's pretty nice compared to, so Foot Locker right at its highs here. So that might be, you know, a good area to take a short, but it also would be a good area to see it shape up to try and head higher. So Foot Locker back up here at its highs, looking very interesting, guys. So Foot Locker would be a very nice trade on the 5-minute, but it did not beat that 10%. let's go ahead and look at the trade that I'm in over here. I want to distract myself for just a minute. Okay, so AI, you guys know that we're in AI. It's trading at 21.58 right now. But yeah, Foot Locker's definitely got my attention. If AI wants to come back down and break me out, that's where that's at. It's been sitting there for a long time, guys. And I could care less if it stops me out because it's going to stop me out for break even, you know, and I'm fine with stopping out for break even. So give me 1 second, guys. I really need to focus up here, and I want to look at Foot Locker, and I also, at Foot Locker, I want to see Nike. So if Foot Locker is going to take off, Nike might have a nice one because they trade pretty similar. So let me put them side by side here. All right, we got Foot Locker on this right-hand side on the daily, and we have Nike down here on the daily. So it looks like that Foot Locker is doing a little better than Nike, comparing it to its 200-day moving average. And, you know, Foot Locker does sell Nike products, so that's a very interesting take. If Foot Locker shows better than expected earnings, then that would mean that possibly Nike is going to also show better than expected earnings. That's something that was actually brought up on the Robinhood stock market watch list yesterday. If some of you are there, I know New Vision was there. Good morning, Jim Dickey. Good to see you. Guys, don't forget to take a vote on the poll. Let me know what you guys think. The poll's right here, guys. You just go ahead and click which one that you want. And then while you're there, smash that like button, guys. Smash that like, smash that subscribe button. You know I'm going to be here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, except for on Wednesday. Wednesday, I will be here from 8 until 4, guys, because that Fed rate hike decision is going to be absolutely nuts, and I want to be here for you as much as I want you to be here for me. So make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe, guys. So we're going to go back to Foot Locker. Let's take a look at Foot Locker. So Foot Locker's still hanging out at these highs. Very, very volatile, guys. So it beat its earnings here. Let's take a look. It beat its earnings. Its earnings were on its per share was 52 cents, but it actually came out 92 cents per share that this thing beat. So looking very good for Foot Locker with the overall expectancy beat on that. So Foot Locker is on the realm to keep our eyes on. ARRY, that's coming up soon. GME, that's coming up soon. Probably get rid of that and scroll down here. Take a look at these. So after Foot Locker, we have SQZ, nothing. Yeah, not a lot of good for the gaps up. So if you guys see any good gap ups on your scanner, let me know, because I'm not seeing much at all except for Foot Locker. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that Foot Locker there. Looking absolutely interesting at these highs. Absolutely love it. We might actually have to take a range break on this, and if it doesn't get that range break, we'll flip-flop and take the short sale on it. So those are my thoughts, not yours. So just keep that in mind, guys. Might be taking a trade on Foot Locker today if it can't get above these highs. But if it does, it wants to break that 5-minute range break, that might be a nice, tasty trade to the long side. So we're going to keep an eye on that for sure for you guys. So let me run through these indices again, guys, because we have 14 minutes till market open. 14 minutes till market open. I see a lot of you piling in here right now. Keith, good morning, good morning. Let me run through the indices, and then I will get to that, Keith, okay? So thank you for joining. B. Stewie, I'll take a look at, well, unless you're talking about Uber, because I think Uber, EBER... okay, we'll take a look at all of the chat here in just a second. I need to run through the indices, guys, because we only have 14 more minutes, and I don't have the best game plan here because we're kind of just in purgatory with SPY trading right at 391.15, guys, because we are in an area of resistance. We know that this is an area of resistance because I drew it out for you, and these things do hold pretty true, and you can see it is wicking off on that toppy topperson, so we need to be careful in these areas. The SPY looks like it just needs more time to figure out what it wants to do, but at these highs, I'm more bearish than anything. But I don't want to say that out loud. I don't want to have confirmation bias saying, I'm bearish, because if this thing holds this area and wants to continue to push higher, make new higher lows, well, then I'm going to be bullish. I'm going to completely flip-flop my idea, so I need more time on the SPY. But in this area, yes, it looks like it is an area of resistance, but it could be support. I mean, guys, this is so hard right here. It really is. So let me zoom out. Let me just recalibrate everything, okay? I'm going to erase everything on this, and this is the way I'm going to have to do it. We're clearing the drawing set. We're clearing everything. We're going to start over fresh and clean. So what do I see? We see an uptrend right here, guys. We see an uptrend, right? We see an uptrend. We want to see this uptrend hold. What else do we see? Well, we see an area of resistance. Right here is our area of resistance. We can see it through this area, this area, this area, and this area is all resistance. Our next area of resistance is going to be up here at this 395. So if we are breaking through its resistance and we want to see it come back and test that support to head higher. So this 390 needs to hold. So right now we are in an area of resistance. Yes, we can see all these tops, big area of resistance, but if it can hold and head higher, its next boss is 395. So this is a very interesting area here, guys. And even though I've already redrew it, I still need more time on the SPY to see what it wants to do. So right here, it could easily start heading to the south side and retest this trend line, or this could be the area that it wants to break out. So we are still in purgatory even after all of that long-winded thing. Good morning, Joshi. Joshi's in the building, baby, and I love you sending me that rose every single day. You got your own little signature. So I'm expecting a jump in Dow Jones and SPY based on Friday's buying by operators. Yeah, we'll definitely take a look at that. Okay, so here's IWM. IWM did break its lows, right? Its lows. That's crazy, guys. But it did get soaked up, bought back up. So we're going to have to keep an eye on IWM here because this is a scary spot for the overall Russell 2000. Now, we know it has huge bank exposure here. So if we see the banks start heading higher, we're going to see the IWM heading higher. And that might also help bring up the rest of the market. So if we can see these banks shaping up today, start heading to the north side, we might see the overall market start also heading to the north side. So the Qs are right there at that area of either support or resistance, guys. Let's put it this way. We're so far extended, I'm going to consider all this as resistance, right? On the Qs, this whole thing up here, this whole top, this whole thing is resistance, guys. The whole thing. So we are in resistance. It's going to take a lot of proving to do that right here. And personally, I am going to say I am short. I am short on this because it's holding new lower highs. And that being said, you know, in the morning, a part of me just wants to hold on to 10 shares of the SQs just because I think we're going to at least see a quick short. So what I'm going to do here, just because I am feeling it, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to join the ask. I'm going to try and get into this on the short side, okay? And then I'm going to switch this to day, so that way when the market does open, I can either exit my trade right away, depending on the catalyst or not. So if I'm at the Qs and I look at this and I had to choose a direction, I would say that we're going to see sell-off first thing in the morning. Now, I could be very, very wrong because, again, we are sitting on what could be considered as its support. This is a more psychological area of support rather than a technical area of support, and that's why I'm deciding to take a short trade on it. Now, this could very, very easily, guys, right at market open, completely rip down on me and knock me out for 20 bucks. If that's what it wants to do, I'm sorry, rip up on me and knock me out for 20 bucks. If that's what it wants to do, hey, that's the trade I took. I'm wearing my big boy pants today. That'll be a-okay. So we're going to go ahead and put SQQQ on here. You guys know that I am shorting the overall market right now, but as you know, I am a little iffy with the whole thing just simply because the overall market does seem very interesting in these areas. Now let's take a look at Netflix. Netflix looks like it is in an area of support down here. If it wants to hold this $300 psychological and technical area, that's going to be a great trade on Netflix if it wants to hold and continue higher. If not, and it breaks that $300 area, well, I'm not going to be too interested in that Netflix in a long. I'll be looking to short that thing. So Microsoft is pulling back. It's going to come back down here and retest. It looks like that 276 area. If it wants to do that, we're going to want to see support being built up in that area. If not, well, hey, it is what it is. It looks like Microsoft might head lower if it doesn't build that support. AMZN, I don't know if I'm going to get that pop to that 100. I think the 100 trade was already there, and it might head lower. But if it does want to head lower, we have this 96.50 area. We want to see it stutter step and try to head to the north side. So right here, Meta again is in its area of resistance. We know its area of resistance is here because of the past 2 trading days. A lot of liquidity above us A lot of liquidity above us, so if it does pop, we're probably going to see this 200 here hold true, so we're going to see what it wants to do for that. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is looking about the same as Microsoft here, where we have this overhead resistance, but we also have this area of support. It's not a lot of support. This is just a psychological area of support because of yesterday's Thursday closing price. It's not, huge on the overall technical area to hold. So we want to see NVIDIA hold somewhere in this area between 245 and 260. I know it's a huge area, but hey, we want to see a hold there. Let's look at Tesla. So Tesla's right here at its support. If it breaks this area of support, that's not going to look good for Tesla at all. Let's look at Apple. So Apple looked like it came up. It tested that top at that 156. It sold off. It popped back up in the pre-market, and it looks like it's selling off. So is Apple going to come back down here and test this 153 area? I think that would be the area that we want to see it test if we want to try and catch along to the north side. With the overall market looking the way it does, I would say Apple and Google probably look the best right now. Apple looks the best right now. Google is actually right back up underneath that resistance area. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this table up. So rise with me, rise up. We are going to go ahead and bring this desk up. We are going to go ahead and see what we can see, because if we can't see it, then we're blind, right? And I'm blind without a chart. So let's look at these charts and see what is going on. And then we'll get through the chat. We'll look over ASXC, Uber, and we'll look at CS as well. So the only other few stocks I want to look at is RIOT, because RIOT is following Bitcoin. Bitcoin is having a small pullback here, if you want to even call it a pullback, because of its huge push. This thing is looking absolutely amazing. So I do like Bitcoin. I do like where it's at, but only for a short. I'm going to see this thing. This is my plan on Bitcoin, guys. For Bitcoin and RIOT, I want to see it pull back to this area, just like it did here, where we get this big push and it pulls back. Another push and it pulls back. It's showing support on this area. So I want to see that this area at 520 is being supported. All right, so if it wants to be supported, if it wants to come back and gain some more support, then I will get back into RIOT. All right, but until that time comes, I'm just going to be sitting here, sit back, relax. Now we got 5 minutes, so let me run through ASXC. Sorry if I have to do this kind of quickly, guys. So ASXC, we got support down here at this 59-cent area. We can go ahead and mark this 59-cent area out, okay? And if it wants to hold that area, I would say that that is a nice area to use as your risk, okay? So if you can get in somewhere at your risk, that's going to look good. But when we look at the overall market on this stock, it has been a pop and drop. Since its inception, it's been a pop and drop. So right here at its base, if it doesn't want to hold that out, I can expect a flush down, probably from that base down to at least, I would say, 49 cents. So not looking like too healthy of a stock, but looking like it could be used for a day trade. So ASXC, Keith, that's all I got for you on that. I think it needs more time to build new higher lows, but if you wanted to use that as risk, that looks like a nice area to risk off of. So Joshi says, good morning all, we got you on that. So Dow Jones, yes sir. Let's see, the NASDAQ IXIC intraday sell target, very nice with that stop loss. Absolutely love to see that. Joshi also says Tesla pending target 163.25. Wants to take the position below 178 or near 192 or 207. So that's a lot of different areas. Little Pencil says CS. So let's take a look at Credit Susie, as we like to call it on Robinhood Stock Market March Place. So Credit Susie is curling. Let's see, what do you got to say? CS looks sexy today. Well, I don't know what looks sexy to you, but this thing looks like it pooped itself right here. So if that's sexy to you, Little Pencil, maybe you should reevaluate. Go get assessed by a psychologist. Oh, I'm only teasing. But yeah, man, if you like CS, you guys need to know the story behind this. They are being bought out by UBS, or is it UBC? Let me just double check here, guys. I want to make sure I'm giving you the proper information. UBS is what's buying out Credit Suisse, okay? Now look at this, guys. I've already drew this out for you. This might be a nice little day trade here where UBS, this is KeyBank. What the hell am I thinking? here's UBS, sorry. So UBS, look at this, guys. If you want to hold this $18 area for UBS, that might be a nice area for support. But I'm not going to hold any bank stocks into the after hours because of very obvious reasons. Look at the chart. Look what happened to people in the after hours. Like, imagine if you woke up and you panic sold. You know, like that would suck. You know, that would really suck because you lost like 58%. Actually, Credit Suisse, this is what dropped that 58%. We have 2 minutes till market open, guys. 2 minutes until market open. So make sure you're ready. Make sure you know your levels. I know we try to look through the levels today, guys, and it is looking like everything is in purgatory. So we want to make sure, what am I watching? Well, I took along on the SQs, meaning I'm shorting the QQQs. So will this stop me out right away, first thing in the morning? Well, we will find out. So I'm expecting this thing to get a nice little pop into this area, but I'm also expecting this thing to sell out pretty hard, pretty fast. So if it wants to give me a pop, I'll add into it, but not large amount because, you know, I don't like playing this first thing at the open. So we will keep an eye on everything. We'll see how everything's going to happen. This might be right on that support area. This might look really, really good for the Qs, or because it already broke its trend line, is that giving us a sign that we need to head on lower? Well, we are going to find out in today's episode on LoFiTrader. So if you guys appreciate this as much as I appreciate you, shoot, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So hit that subscribe, hit that like button, because there's only 3 things I ask of you. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, and show up for pre-market prep. Now, if you guys aren't ready, well, then hold your breath because it's about to go down. We have less than a minute left, so I hope you're pumped. I am definitely pumped. I think that's obvious. Joshi says Bitcoin now also bullish. Next resistance is 29410. Can take here, sell position for target 26585. Very good. I'm glad, Joshi, I'm glad you got your levels. You guys can learn a little something from Joshi because when he comes in here, he doesn't say this or that. He gives his full inclination of what is going to happen in the market on his trades. He's got his lines in the sand and he knows how to use risk management. And that's what we want everybody in here to learn. Learn risk management first. That'll help save your butt in the future so that way you can keep showing up to the market. So we have 20 seconds, guys. Let me take a sip. We're going to ring this bell and we're going to get started on this awesome day, guys. So here we go. We want to see what is going to go down in the market, baby. We got 876. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, baby! Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining me, our market is open. Welcome to LoFiTrader. Now, the first thing we need to make sure we keep an eye on is if I have a lot of alerts coming up. If we do have alerts popping up in this, we are going to want to make sure we're keeping our eye on them. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on the Qs for the 5 minutes to see if we get anything popping off. And then we're going to run through and look at PACW. Look at that huge jump. 17% in the after hours. Look at that. That's absolutely beautiful for that trade. One thing I do want to see is how Foot Locker is going to hold up in these areas. So they are pushing ever higher, looking absolutely great for this stock. I need to put it on the hourly though, just to see where we are headed. So we have these tops right here at 47.17, and it looks like it wants to get up into that area. And if it does, that might be a nice little short trade, and I might want to try and trade that, but you guys know how I am when it comes to these earnings gap ups. If I see it gap up and it break that 5-minute range break that we're starting to see here, that might be an absolutely tasty little trade. So we're going to come back in about 4 more minutes to take a look at that. Now AI looks like it's trying to get a little lift here. We need to run through the indices to see how they're taking off. Right first thing in the morning, we had a nice little bounce on SPY going up into that area of resistance, and it's starting to sell off now. IWM, right off the get, it's starting to sell off just a little. Let's see QQQ. The Qs are breaking down right now. They are breaking down from that double top. So is this a test? Because we know it's just not going to be very, it's not going to stay true to that area, or is it just breaking down now? You know, if it's breaking down now, then that's what we're going to want to see. But it looks like we're starting to see some soaking down there on the Qs. So Microsoft doing the same thing. It came back down. It's testing this area that it's tested many, many times. 1, 2, 3, and here's its 4th test. Now, do we want to take this for a long? You know, that's really the question here. So I'm in the SQs. You know, we're actually down a couple bucks in the SQs. if this thing starts to pop, if Amazon starts to pop up, Amazon's still trading lower. Let's look at Meta. Meta did get that pop off that area, back up into its resistance area. Is Meta actually going to hold true in this area? If it does, we need to exit this short position because Meta looks like it might want to drag up the rest of the market. Now, Nvidia did break that area of support, if we want to consider that support, but it got soaked up pretty well there in that area. Tesla also pushing up higher, going up into that resistance area up there at the top. Now, part of me is looking at all this and saying, hey, you know, you want to get in short. You want to get in short because all these little pushes up higher are getting sold off. Getting sold off here, getting sold off there, and it looks like Google looks like it wants to break that resistance area of $100. So what do I want to do here? That is a great question. You know, I'm thinking RIOT's also breaking down, so that means Bitcoin's probably heading down here. The SPY's still pushing up though, trying to see a little love there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the IWM again. IWM's pushing back up. We need a little bit more time here in the market, guys, so we can see what's going on. The QQQs are still breaking down, but it looks like they're starting to see a little bit of soaking. They're at 303.93 right now for the Qs. Let's go ahead. Oh, big soaking there. Big soaking on the Qs, but Netflix looks like it's failing. Let's look at Microsoft. Microsoft looks like it's still dropping down, breaking that area of support of 275.55. AMZN also breaking down. Big push down to the downside, now trading at 97.35. Now I'm in my SQs long, and it's not even budging, so we are getting mixed signals, and that is exactly what we said this morning, guys. We could not figure a direction because we were getting mixed signals across the board, and now the SQs looks like it is dropping. It doesn't look like it's holding up. There is mixed signals across the board, guys. It doesn't know what it wants to do. We're getting some pushing out of things. We're getting drops out of others. It doesn't look like this market wants to know where it wants to go exactly in its moment. As Nvidia is giving back its areas, Tesla's still breaking down. This might be the area that Tesla wants to break down right here, guys. If it breaks down here, if it doesn't get a pop, Tesla might go all the way down to that 140 that we talked about long ago. The SQs look like, wait, am I shorting the SQs? What the hell? What in the actual hell? I'm supposed to be long the XQs, and I'm short the SQs. You see what I did there? I hope you guys see what I did there. Holy cow. And that is a great way to lose money when you took the wrong side. I'm supposed to be long SQs or short the market, and I was shorting the SQs. Goodness gracious. That's how you trick yourself. That's how you get messed up, guys. And here we go. As the SQs pushing up, I should be up about $20 right now. I'm actually down money because of that. That's A-okay. We're going to look for a different trade as Tesla does look like it's starting to break down in this area. Can we find something else to take? It looks like Meta, if everything else is going to break down, Meta in that area of support, if it can break down here, this might be the area we would want to see it break down in. So another little pop. Can we get a few shares short into this? We're going to have and join the ask right now. We're going to hold till the top of that day. We have 20 shares short. We're going to see if we can hold on to this thing for the overall longer downtrend, guys. Now, this looks absolutely silly. I'm very embarrassed, but I'm glad to be doing it on live stream so you guys can learn from my mistakes, because remember, you're a loser unless you're learning. And we learned something from this, guys. Make sure you know your book. Make sure you know your hand. If you're not playing this right, then what are you doing? What are you doing? So now I need to reassess the situation. I need to ask myself, what the heck was I thinking? As the SQs started to go up because the overall market was going down, we noticed I was losing money in this trade. Why was I losing money? Because I shorted the SQs when you're supposed to long the SQs. Goodness gracious. If you want the market to go down, and AMZN just hit that new low, AMZN. So is AMZN now at its support? Because we have this area of support around 96.53. If we zoom in, you can see why I drew this area of support out. We might see a bounce here for Amazon. That's what we want to see for the overall market. But when you're shorting things and you want to see everything burn because you are in shorts, then that might be the reason why. Now, Nvidia is also just tanking to the south side, looking absolutely amazing for the shorts here. Is it going to find a bid? There's Tesla now continuing to break down, 176.58. Will it find an area of support down here? We know we have this 176 area has been an area of support before for it. Let's zoom out on the hourly so we can see a bigger, broader picture. So we do see that this might be an area of support for Tesla. If it is, we are going to see it within the next few minutes here. Now let's look at Apple. because we know that Apple needs to show support in this area as well in order for it to be doing well. We are in Meta. We are shorting Meta, so we want to make sure we keep an eye on that as Amazon still starts to plummet. META, let's take a peeky gander. So Meta is tanking very hard. We're up over $26 on this trade already, guys. Part of me wants to just take 10 of this off, so we're going to go ahead and buy market right here. I do like to sell out quick. So there we go. We're up $12 on this trade already. First thing in this morning, guys, we made back that silly mess up on the SQs. So that's great. We're up and we're going to hold the rest of it probably for break even, guys. If this thing wants to come all the way back up into that area, you know, maybe we get out for break even, but we're just going to put that on the back burner. We don't want to sit there and just stare at the trade. We'll put it on the back burner. We'll see what happens as AI does look like it's climbing back down to the area that I bought it up in. If this does stop us out, don't mind this P&L. This will be for break even. This is where I bought it, and that's where we will be selling it if it wants to come down to that area. So no big deal for AI. Just like that trade regardless. I would have taken that trade 1,000 times over. Why? Because of its support, okay? Because of that support, it creates a great risk-reward area. Now, Google looks like it's really doing its absolute best to try and hold up in this area here, but I just don't trust this area for Google because it's not only a psychological 200-day moving average, but it's also showing resistance across the board when it comes to Google in this area. So, you know, part of me really wants to short, you know, across the board. I want to short all these different stocks, but, you know, I'm already in short for Meta, and, you know, as you guys know, Meta's at those highs. It's at those peaks. I do like Meta for that short there. I would like to get in Google. I'd like to get in a lot of different things short, but, you know, I just... Oh, and look at this. RIOT's coming back down to that area that we had talked about. So I need to run through the SPYs again. And good morning, Heiser. Good morning, good morning. It's awesome to see you. You want me to show you CRZQ, please? Absolutely. I hope I'm not too late for that. So CORZQ is right here on the top left-hand side. Right here, if you guys want to take a look, we're at 39 cents on that. On the daily, it looks like CRZQ has just been trading sideways for an awfully long time. So I know my boy's in this thing long, and I'm not sure where his buy-in long is, but it is looking great for the longs. Just trying to hold these new higher lows here, creating this beautiful uptrend. This thing might get pretty nutso, so just keep an eye. Don't sleep on this. Here's the 1 minute, guys. It's not very liquid anymore, but you know, it being what it is, just mind your P's and Q's on this. So that's what I got for you, Heiser. I'll run through, well, actually, let me just see these trades over here. You know, Meta's back up into that area. Do I grab another 10 short here? You know, let me run through the market. This is how I do it, guys. You know, I already got $12 out. I might break even for this other half, or, you know, maybe I add those 10 shares back into it and then maybe try to take an even bigger trade on this. So let's take a look at the overall market to see if it's what I want to do. So we are seeing selling off in that. It looks like this is going to come back up to this top. We're going to see where I want my stop order in. So let's just say if it breaks this, yes, we are going to get out. So let's buy the market, and we are going to say we took a total of $12 on this trade. Okay, guys, we're gonna keep an eye on it though, because if it wants to keep failing, we're gonna get back in. No big deal. But I just want to see it test this area. I don't want to. You guys know I take small losses. I take big wins on these. So if I can find a good area to get in and buy in and hold out for a while, then I'm going to do that. Okay, so let's go through the market and see where we're at on this trade. I did take another 20 shares short on Meta to see if it wants to hold out on this area. We're up about $14 total on this trade right now, as the SPY looking like it wants to go back up and test that area of resistance. Now, IWM, as you guys can see, is just kind of lingering like a smelly fart under the covers. Just absolutely gross. Don't let that bag out. Let's take a look at the Qs, guys. The Qs do look like they're breaking down, but they are getting that soaking up, just like we've seen in pre-market. We are seeing soaking. We are still seeing people trying to form a bid underneath there. I'll tell you, my personal belief is if I was trying to do anything, I wouldn't be longing any stocks before the FOMC meeting. No, I would definitely be shorting or at least selling out before the FOMC meeting to make sure I'm watching my P's and Q's. So we're going to keep an eye on all of this to see what actually happens in this area. So we are in short 20 on Meta. We're going to keep an eye on that on the 5 minute to see how it wants to act. But what we do while we're in short is we run through the indices to see if we have a better idea of what's happening. Because guys, if we're in short and things look like everything's starting to shape up and wanting to head higher, the market is going to do the same thing. And we want the breadth of the market to our back. Whether we're shorting or whether we're longing, we want the market to be doing the same thing. And now Microsoft back down here to 274.69. That was an absolutely scrumptious short that we talked about this morning. You could have taken this morning if you wanted to. Absolutely beautiful, guys. So if you're in it, congratulations. Make sure you're taking profit on the way down. And I always like to save some for the longer piece. Now, Amazon all the way back down here to this 96.41. Is it actually going to find a bid here? This would be a nice area for a long. If the overall market doesn't want to hold up, then it's not going to be a good area for a long, right, guys? So keep that in mind. Dow Jones pending targets, Joshi says 32407 and 3444. Joshi, I love that you put it on here because you always can look back. You have a journal now in this chat and it looks absolutely amazing. Google now buy above 103. So let me take a look at Google. We almost made it to Google, but I want to see where that's at. So you're saying above 103, you like it above 103? Yeah, I think it's going to be some time. So Joshi says Google now buy above 103. Yeah, so if this can get above 103, yeah, I could definitely see that being like some type of breakout. But right now it just keeps coming down. It retests this area and it's not looking very, very good. So right here, guys, Meta's back down here. We're up over $30 on Meta. I think we're just gonna go ahead and hold on to it because everything is seeking new lows. We got Microsoft breaking new lows. Let's take a look at MSoft. Let's take a look. Yeah, new lows for Microsoft. We're going to see if it wants to come down to this 271 area for support. And we're going to go ahead and take off another 5 shares of Meta. Or maybe, do we hold on this thing for the bigger move, guys? You know, what do I want to do here? Do we hold on for the dang bigger move or not? You know, we're seeing new lower highs. You know, we got the FOMC meeting coming out. I've already made some money on this trade. Do I want to make more now, or can I hold on for the bigger anticipation? We're up about $40 total on this trade now. You know, I could cut this and be extremely happy with this $40. Or do I want to hold on? Do I actually want to see what it's going to do? Because I think our next area of support is this 190 area, right, guys? So what do I want to do here? Do I want to wait? Yeah, I think I want to wait. I think our price target is that 190, and if I can hold on to that, that's going to be a very, very green day for me. If it wants to come back out and stop me out for break even, I'm probably going to be really hurting over that. But that's what I am going to do, at least as you guys know, that is the plan. I don't always see to the plan because I get really squeamish when I start looking at my P&L. So the P&L's up, don't care, gonna do it. Amazon right there at that base. This might be a nice long here, guys. If I wasn't looking at the overall market and I was just looking at Amazon, I would want to take this long. Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations because in the same breath, I'm gonna say, hey, you know what? You know, I don't trust this. I don't trust this with the overall market and everything breaking new lows. If Amazon wants to hold out here, that's great for Amazon, but it's still not going to be good for the overall market. The overall market looks like it's starting to head down. So we got Meta down here at 196.09. It's on the top right-hand side. NVIDIA also breaking down, trying to find new lows, but not new lows, but it's trying to find support down here at these lows. Now, if NVDA is going to continue to drop, that 245, the area that I originally bought it at, is going to be the next area of support. So I still think NVDA has plenty of room to come down, as Tesla is still trading at 177.37. Let's take a look at Apple now. So Apple's down to 154.54 and Google is at 133. If Google wants to break that $100 psychological level, I think that's going to be a great short to the sell side. So RIOT still breaking down here, 822 right now for RIOT, as Meta just broke new lows, trading at 195.99 now, guys. So is Meta actually going to find a bid somewhere down here? Are we just going to keep selling off? It looks absolutely crazy for Meta right in these areas. So if you're not already in the short, I would always just mind you, just be careful. I think our next step's 194 and then 190. But we're going to have to really see. We're going to have to wait and see, guys. Making new lows now, 195.76. This is an awesome trade, guys. This is why we know our levels. This is why we are here for pre-market, because goodness gracious, this is how you make money.
B. Stewie says, take your winnings, question mark, LOL. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm always asking myself, like, hey, I'm up that 40 bucks. It's this early. There's plenty of other trades. Why not take this money off the table? You know, but here's the thing, guys. If I'm looking at the overall market and I think it's going to fail, I think things are going to even keep on heading lower, it makes me want to stay in this trade. It makes me want to hold out for the bigger expected move. So maybe I do take out half. You know, maybe I do take out half so I don't feel like crap if it does bounce back up on me. But at the same time, it's like, if I take out half now and this thing continues lower, and that's that fear and that greed, guys. I'm fear of losing out on that money, on the money that I already have. So I take off half. But then I want to add into it because I want to make even more money. So now we're up another, I just took off half on that meta. I did take some of my winnings. We're going to hold on to this last 10 shares to see if we can't make even more money off this trade. As we do that, we're going to run through the indices and we're going to see where things are sitting. So here's Etsy. This is one of the things that I've been looking at. If the overall market wants to fail, Etsy moves about 4.6% in a day. And it's coming back up to test that area. If we're not seeing a lot of buying in this area, I want to get short. I want to be short Etsy, and I think Etsy would be a great short to be a part of. So that being said, this thing moves that crazy amount in one day. If 105 is the area I want to get in, then my risk is going to be 106 area. And here we go. Meta is now trading even lower, guys, at 195.82. We're up 41.47 on this trade. Easy $41, $43.40. Wow. You know, and that's partially the reason why I don't like to take profit, because there's bigger expected moves, but that's okay, guys. You know, it's always nice to protect your profits first and foremost. So while we are doing that, guys, if you'll do me a huge favor, go ahead and look at my screen. We have this live button. Click this live button to make sure that you are brought up to date on the news, so that way you know what I'm seeing when I say it. And if you guys scroll on down, look at this like button. We're already up to 16 likes. You know, I absolutely love that. We have built this amazing community off of nothing but love and support, guys. So if you'll smash that like button, we always want to try and get up to 30, and we're already up to 17, and we just opened up. So while you're down there, if you haven't already, which most of you have, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, bringing you live commentary, analysis, and live trading, as you see right here. We're starting to see some soaking now down there on Meta, so we want to see this thing and continue to do its thing. Now Google looks like it's trying to hold out, so let me run through the indices and see where we're at. So it looks like the SPY is still in purgatory, right at that area of support and resistance. So it looks like it could shape up. We're seeing big wicks now here on the 5-minute for Meta. I think what I might do is just hold on to this last piece for a little bit longer and see where we're at, because I really want to see the bigger expected move. I really do. A part of me wants to add into that as well, but I don't want to get too crazy. IWM is pulling back up here, 173.70. I think what we need to do really is take a look at the bank stocks. If we take a look at the bank stocks, they might actually give us a better inclination of what is going on. So let's run through these actually, guys. Let's start with PACW. PACW up 21.48% right now, but keep in mind, guys, with this PANCW, look where we're at. Look at that. To me, now I'm actually starting to see some things form. We had this line of area, this liquidity drawn out. Now we have this line, this downtrend drawn out, and it's pushing up on some volume, but not a lot of volume. So to me, this looks like a tasty little short in this area. So that means the banking system might go down. UBS does look like it tore off like a bat out of hell right there, guys. That looks really good for UBS right now. But the last time it was in that $20 area, you see this huge wick? It sold off pretty hard. So UBS is looking strong compared to the rest of them. Now Key, look at this, guys. We even drew this line of liquidity. If it wants to hold this area out, this would be a great area for a risk to get in and use that as risk. So we're going to see what it wants to do for Key Bank, but that's looking really good. Now I got a buddy who's in Schwab, so I'm keeping an eye on it because I don't want to see him getting hurt. But this area does look like it is showing support now. So we know we have a line in the sand. So anybody that's in Schwab, congratulations. It looks like we're up over 5.6% today. FRC is not looking. FRC is that First Republican. They've been having a hard time, and so has Credit Suisse. Now, Credit Suisse had this nice little bounce up, but look where it's bouncing up, right into this area, right into its area of sell-off. So be careful right there. Credit Suisse could definitely head lower on that. Meta, we got double wicking on that 5-minute off that base. This might be an area where it might want to turn around. So let's look at the overall indices. The SPY does look like it's pushing up here at 391.88. So that's looking good for the SPY. Let's look to see what else. IWM also pushing up to 173.90. So is this the push before the drop? This very well could be, or this might be the start of newer trends, the start of the break of the trend and moving up on a better trend, as Microsoft does come all the way back down to that 270, 250 area that you guys, I have it drawn out for you, and it hasn't really shown too much. Let's look at the 5 minutes, see if we can't see a little bit of slowing. So we are seeing some slowing in Microsoft, which is really good for the overall market because we know it is a higher weighted stock, as Amazon did break that area. It did break that 96.44 that I drew out. We also have this 95.15 area. So wow, what a beautiful short there was for Amazon, AMZN, trading at 96.46 right now. It looks like it's getting a little pop in this area. How much of a pop? That's going to be very interesting to tell. I'm going to go ahead and sit back down now. So come on back down here with me, guys. I'm going to be back down. Yeah, come on. I'll take a sip while this is happening. Now, one thing I've seen since Amazon blew through this support, if it blew through the support, I can almost guess that this might act as resistance here. If this acts as resistance here, this might be another area to try and short AMZN. But I'm already in short for Meta, so I'm not going to just go ahead and short Amazon too, just because I want to stick to my focus where it needs to be. Now look at that, guys. Same thing with NVDA. Look at this. It broke through that support area, came back up and tested that support area, and look at that. It has been failing since. So we are keeping an eye on everything, but the overall market is looking like it's hurting. Now Tesla, hold up guys, Tesla is doing a little something right here. So it looks like Tesla just got a big ramp up. Was there any news on Tesla for that? Let's see, at 9:30, Tesla consolidates on declining volume ahead of Fed decision, Q1 deliveries. A look at the chart. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if we can read some of this here for you guys, because Tesla, it looks like it's pushing up out of nowhere. And it says that Credit Suisse failure last week was the latest hit to the financial sector, blah, blah, blah. And downturn on Tuesday and Wednesday, the Federal Reserve will met. Okay, so this is not really talking about Tesla. It's just a piece of Tesla. So I like this here for a short, guys, because everything else is looking strong as Tesla pushed up into its area. So I think what I'll do is I'll just take 5 shares of Tesla. I'm going to join the ask, and we'll see if it wants to get me in. If it doesn't want to get me in, that's fine, but I'm going to use this area as support or as resistance. And now it doesn't want to get me in, of course. I asked to get me in, and it says, whoa, Michael wants in. We're going to get the heck out of here. So it looks like Meta is still continuing to break down. We are at the lows at 195.18. We're up about $50 now on that trade, so stick around, guys. We have a big show for you guys today. We're always doing it big here. When I say big, I'm talking B-I-G, baby, B-I-G. So Joshi gives me the like, done. Good for you. Meta breaking that 195, can go to 289. Support zone at 195 to 189. But as told last week, operator selling already done. Yeah, absolutely. So Meta keeps continuing down to that sell side. We keep making money off of that. Is Tesla going to get me into this trade though, guys? I don't want to settle for anything less. I don't want to try and panic buy into this. I like the price that I have right here at 179.90. If it wants to get me into that and then just head on down to the south side, that would be absolutely scrumptious. But if it doesn't want to get me in, that's a-okay. Well, I'm going to avert my attention to something else because I don't want to sit here and stare at that. So if you guys have anything that you want me to take a look at, you need to let me know, guys. Let me know what you think needs to be said in chat. I will take a little peeky gander at it, and I will be happy to go over it. You know I love analysis. You know I have a passion for it. So if you got something that you want me to see if your ideas are lining up with mine, that would be great. So now we are in that Tesla short. I'm not in it for a long time. I'm only in it for a good time. So if this thing wants to continue to head up to the north side, then I will allow it to stop me out right here at this 180.37. I'm using that 180 area as a stop. Okay, so I'm using 180 as a stop. I'm using 180.37 as my solid stop. So that we don't have to sit here and look at Tesla the whole time. So yes, we are short Meta. Yes, we are up $55 on Meta. Yes, we are short in Tesla. We only took 5 shares short. And yes, we are up about 40 cents on that. So just entered it. We have our stop losses set for Tesla. Maybe we should set a stop loss for our Meta as well. But I really like this. I really like this sell-off. I really like where it's at. A part of me just wants to get out here, guys. I do. I just want to get out here and call it good because I'm starting to see some wicks. And we are out on that Tesla. We just lost $2.29 on that Tesla trade. Is everything starting to look really, really good? I think, you know what, guys? I think this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and buy this up right here, okay? And we're going to say, bam, we just made $51.37 on that first thing in the morning trade. And I'm going to keep an eye on Tesla right now because Tesla is very interesting. I can't believe Tesla's pushing up. It's not doing much of anything. I mean, I wasn't expecting that, I should say, out of Tesla at all. So I need to run through the indices. Is everything else shaping up? You know, if everything else is shaping up and Tesla's starting this little push. Now look, on the Qs here, guys, on the 5-minute, we're starting to see a lot of wicking on that bottom there. Let's look at the hourly. Okay, the hourly is not giving us much. We are seeing some wicking, but nothing crazy. So we're going to need more time for that. Let's continue. We'll continue on the 5-minute to see what's going on. Now, did you guys notice what happened there, right? I took a loss on Tesla. It was $2.50. I took a win on Meta. That was $50. So we want our losses to be small. We want our winners to be big, okay, guys? So keep that in mind. Winners big, smallers loss. You keep doing that, you can lose way more times than you can win and still be green for the day. And I can be here to prove that to you because I do it almost every day. My win to loss ratio, I'm always losing more than I'm winning, but when it comes to money, I'm always winning more than I'm losing. So that's always a really, really nice thing, guys. And look at Microsoft now, breaking this area of 272. It has the ability just to trail all the way back down to this 261. A part of me wants to just land into this thing right now, but I can't do it. I cannot buy on these panic sales as much as I would want to. I'd much rather see something breaking out like this while everything else is failing and then get in short. So I'm going to keep an eye on Tesla to see if there's an area I can get in short while everything else is starting to kind of fail here. As Meta continues to fail, now you guys know my area to get out was this 190 area and I just can't hold. I see green, I want out. I'm always here to protect myself in these trades, and that's what I do, and sometimes it hurts my P&L because I take out too early. So NVIDIA looks like it's finding some support down here in this 251 area. This is a nice little bounce here for NVIDIA. We want to see this thing continue with its bounce, continue trying to head on higher. As Tesla just showing really its strength here. Now in this 5-minute, it looks like it is finally selling off. Maybe we join the bid for another share short to try and take this because it cleared out that liquidity now. So we are 5 shares in short. It did clear out this liquidity at 180. So that's telling me that because it's cleared out this liquidity, it might want to head on lower because what the market makers like to do, what people like to do anyway, is push up, get everybody out so that way they can take it lower so there's nobody competing with them. So if this thing wants to keep heading higher, that's okay. You know, I like to see Meta heading higher, but I don't want to be a part of this short if it's going to get us out. If it's going to stop us out for a small loss, that's a-okay with me. We don't want to be in it for a big loss. Now look at that. Absolutely beautiful for Tesla. Let's take a look at Meta. Did we get out at the right time? It looks like we did. It's starting to curl up too as well. So I'm not going to sit here and fight and keep giving back. So now we're down $5 on Tesla. Can Tesla continue to push? And it looks like it is showing some really good strength here. So we need to go over the overall market because I do not want to miss anything. If you guys want me to take a look at something, let me know in the chat. I can't read your mind, but I like to read the chat. So let me know because I'm going to keep doing my thing. I'm going to keep bringing you the live commentary, trading, and stock analysis on the fly as we do this, guys. So if you want to see something, you need to let me know in the chat. If you're just joining us, my name is Dave. I am with LoFiTrader. I do this every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. If you love stock trading just half as much as I do, you're going to want to be a part of this show, this ever-growing community. We've already gained over 350 subscribers in such a short period of time. I want to see more because I love progression, and numbers is the game in this realm, guys. So it looks like Meta is starting to see a small push here, which we're going to see after these big sell-offs. This big sell-off that it had this morning, we're going to normally see a nice little bounce off of these areas, and if it wants to come back up to that 197 area after everything starts to push, you know, that might be a nice area to take that short in again. But we wanted to protect the trade. We are making money, so that is a-okay. So now the Qs do look like they're making new lower highs, but it's right back up here into its VWAP area. So I don't really care to see that it being in its VWAP area and starting to sell off more. So let's take a look. Netflix is doing the same thing, back up into that area. What is this area of? It's supposed to be an area of support, like a V-shaped bottom, is it? Let's take a peek. Yes, it's its V-shaped bottom. It's its top. It's looking like it's its area of resistance. So I do like this area of resistance. You know, this might be something that I want to take, maybe give it a few more minutes here. Let me come back to it. So Microsoft is bouncing off that area of support that we drew out for you. We're going to see how far does this thing hold as Amazon is coming back up to retest that area. Let's see, Meta's coming back up here. Nice little bounce. So are these quick, small little bounces before a bigger sell-off? I don't know, because Tesla just is showing some interesting strength here, guys. Very interesting strength, but it's just running right through all of its areas of liquidity. Maybe it comes all the way back up to the top here at 183, or maybe, you know, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it comes up to this 183 or 184 area, retest it before selling off, or maybe this is it. Maybe this is its final push. Like, it's hard telling here, guys, because there's so much overhead resistance. Where is it going to start selling off? Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just continues higher, continues to push, continue to show that this market is very strong. But from what I am seeing, guys, there's a lot of selling off, not a lot of new highs being formed on these areas. We're seeing, like, you know, this downtrend. It's pushing up just barely above VWAP, not on, you know, a lot, not on a ton of volume or anything like that. You know, so when I see all of this, you know, I just think, like, man, it just doesn't look strong until it breaks out, you know, until we start seeing that strength, until we start seeing everything shape up. So let's go ahead. I want to carry on, though. Let's take a look at Google. Google's doing the same thing. Everything looks pretty, things are looking like they're in line again, right? So everything looks like they're moving in the same areas, in the same lines. So if these areas can hold and they want to break and make new highs, that's going to be very, very nice for the overall stock market. Now it's starting to break that $100 area. So we are out of Tesla. I can take that off. We're out of Meta. We can take that off there. But we're still in AI, right? The AI is actually holding. It's wanting to push higher. That's looking absolutely scrumptious. So, you know, maybe AI is actually going to hold out for us. Let's see. So Meta, it gave a little push, but it's not doing much at all here. Not on volume, not on much of anything. So if we look at AAPL, we know it's right back up into that area of resistance. So maybe we take a small short on this trade and see if we can't hold out for the high of day. So that's 10 shares short, just using the high of day as our stop loss. We are in short on Apple because the overall market does look like it's sold off and it's coming back up to retest those areas of resistance. So we're definitely gonna keep an eye on it. So I do want to run through the indices. So since we're short in Apple, AAPL, we're going to keep Apple over here on this right hand side so you can see how I am doing on Apple, and we will take a look over here on the left hand side and we're going to run through the indices again. So let me check on chat. It looks like we don't have anything going on in chat. That's perfect for me because I can keep doing my thing. But remember, guys, if that's something that you want to see, you need to let me know because I only got 2 eyeballs. So we're going to go ahead and fill this thing back up as Apple looks like it keeps trying to push, but wicking off on those tops. We're going to see, does it want to stop us out? Does it want to get us out of this liquidity and then head to the south side? Or does the market stay strong? And do we want to keep on heading to that north side? So, guys, we might take a small $2 loss on Apple, or maybe it just fails from this area and we start to print tasty tendies. But we will see because we keep our losses small and we keep our winners bigger than our losses. So look at this QQQ right in this area of resistance. This might be its true area. Is it going to fail in this area? If it fails in this area, I think SQs might be the actual trade here, guys, but we shall see as everything looks like it's running into that resistance, and we are going to see if it wants to hold true. So a part of me wants to add into this just another 10 shares if we can get it, if it wants to give it to me, and then we will just go ahead and put our 10 shares stop loss. The other 10 right here at this top. So we are 20 shares short now in Apple. I do like this resistance on the QQQ, where it's showing that it's having a hard time after this sell-off back up to the top. It ran into its resistance. Now I'm expecting this thing to sell off. If it wants to hold its true colors, if everything wants to start pushing higher, this thing might be able to hold VWAP and push higher. And if that happens, we will take a small loss on Apple. We will accept the fact that we were wrong. But if it wants to fail here and start printing some tasty tendies, that might be a beautiful trade. I really like the trade that I'm in. I would take it over and over again on Apple. But on the same hand, if it stops us out, it'll be a small loss. If it keeps us in, it'll be a big win, and that's what we like to see. We're up about $2 on the trade so far. Netflix did have that push up. It did break that $300 area, but now looks like it is waking off on that top. So that might be a nice short area for Netflix as well. But because we're already holding Apple, we're just going to hold Apple. We're not going to just add into a ton of short sales. So let's take a look at Amazon, AMZN. As we know, we had a huge sell-off this morning, and it came back up to that $96 area. Yeah, I'm not drawing these lines after they happen, guys. I'm drawing these lines before they happen. You guys are seeing it here. This is real. This is not magic. This is called technical analysis, and I absolutely love technical analysis for these reasons exactly. They might not go straight up. They might not go straight down, but they do definitely hiccup. They do definitely burp in these areas. They stutter. They shake, and from there, we can make plays, guys. You can't make plays on things that go straight up or straight down. We can only make plays on things that actually have a area of support or resistance. So why do we mark out those areas of support and resistance? For these reasons exactly. Granny Randy says, hey, wants chat? Let's give him chat. Yeah, Grandma, absolutely. But you need to give me something to chat about. What do you got going on today, Granny Randy? How was church yesterday? How was church yesterday down there at the rec room? Let me know how church was yesterday down there at the rec room. That would actually be a great indication. Ayo, says Stock Rebel. What's going on, my dude? So Stock Rebel and I, we had a nice tasty little chat. I think that was on Friday or Saturday about the overall market. And I can tell you right now, if I take a look at the Qs and it heading down in this area, I know for a fact my boy is taking the short in this 305 area. So good for you, Stock Rebel. I do hope that it holds true. I hope you do continue to make money off of that. And on the other note, though, we are starting to see some wicks down here. Every time it comes down to this base, we are starting to see some wicks. So we might see those wick offs, and this market want to either sustain its buying area or head on even higher. So let's see what the rest of the Netflix is breaking down in that area. We got Microsoft also getting a nice little pop and heading lower. Let's see, Amazon. Amazon came up, touched that area, starting to head lower. Let's see, Stock Rebel says, I was chopping futures up last night. LOL, I got lucky and shorted at the top before the big drop. I just shorted again, went above my level. Well, good for you, Stock Rebel. Stay in here. Let us know all those tasty tendies. I'll even whip out the mayo and ketchup so we can make some fancy sauce for the tendies that you are printing for us today. Absolutely amazing, guys. You know you'll love to see it. You'll love to read it, because if you're a hater that keeps on hating, well, you know I hate a hater hating, and we ain't got no haters in this building, baby. Nothing but love, nothing but support in this building. Absolutely amazing. So Apple is trading at 155.14. You guys know I have that short at the tippy top over there, and we're going to use its top for the day as its short. We have Tesla. Goodness gracious, Tesla. Would you please just calm your tits? This is absolutely crazy. Now it looks like it's finally starting to see some selling off action. Should we try and take Tesla up here at these highs? Well, I got 10 shares short. If it wants to get me in, that's A-okay. We already lost about $5 on Tesla. So are we going to make that money back, or are we going to give Tesla a few more dollars? Now, I did take 10 shares. I don't think 10 shares was the right thing to do, but we have already taken it, so we will use that high as the stopping point for good old Uncle Tesla. I don't like the fact that I took 10 shares. 5 shares is something I'm a little bit more comfortable with, but we will see. We're going to use that 10 shares short at these highs, and we're going to use that big wick off at the top for my stop out. So if it wants to go back up there and hit me out for a $10 loss, that's A-okay. We'll take it, we'll accept it, and we will keep our pants on tight and look for other places to short. So here's the thing too, guys. I just shorted on a wick, right? I seen a wick and I got excited and I shorted it. Now this thing might work out great for me. It really might. But one thing I do want to point out, because you're a loser unless you're learning, guys, is the fact that I just tried to cherry pick this. Now I do have a big wick, but it's on a 5-minute. I don't care for 5-minute wicks. What I do have is this area of resistance at 183.86. Well, what I should be doing is waiting for this to get up to that area before I short it, right? That really should be what I do in this situation. Now that I've already taken the short, I'm going to have to hold on to the short and use my risk, because that's the way it is. It's going to hurt me more if I get out of this now, but it is what it is, guys. I want to learn from this situation. Now, this might be great. Like, yeah, you've seen a big wick on the top and it can't get above it, so that's what we use. That's what I'm doing on this trade today. But whether I stop out or not, I'm going to say that I don't care for this trade. What I rather see is this thing hit my target before I get in short, because if we just take any areas to get in short, that's not a good thing, guys. That's how you lose money. So we might actually lose some money on that. That might be the hard trade of the day that we need to learn from. But if this thing wants to hold that area, if it wants to head on lower, then that's a-okay with me. So we will see what comes of that. So let's run through the indices and see where we are at in the overall market. As the SPY looks like it's trying to hold that VWAP area. Good for you, SPY, looking absolutely amazing if it wants to hold this area, even with all the craziness that's going on. Or maybe did it already make a top here and it's not even going to get up to those areas and head on lower. So we will see. That's just in a few minutes, guys, so stay tuned. Let me go ahead and get a sip Shawana here. This is probably going to burn my lips, but that's okay. All right, we need to close this poll. We're going to end this poll, and let's see. It says, did it open? How do you feel the SPY will open? Is it going to open above? We are out of Tesla, just so you guys know. Tesla did stop me out of Tesla. It is going to head up to that profit area. We're going to see if that's where it's wanting to head. So we did get out of the SPY. It says above Friday's closing, 390, or below Friday's closing, 390. So we had 66% said above Friday's closing. So if we look at the SPY, let's see what the sentiment was on this. So on the SPY, it closed at 390, which was right here, and it did open above 390. So the 66% of you said after Friday's closing or above Friday's closing price. You were correct. So 66%, that means the sentiment in this chat was absolutely spot on. So good job for you guys. Give yourself a pat on the back. Let's look at Tesla, because it's probably going to come right up into that buy-in area. We are down probably down $13 total on Tesla, and look at this, it's coming right up to that 183 area that we talked about, that I said, hey, I should be waiting for. I should be waiting for that 183 area to get short in. So what should I really be doing? I should be going ahead and put let's take a look at this right here. It's starting to wick again. Goodness gracious, guys, this is just hilarious. You know, it's one of those things, you know, you want to get in, you want to be right, you don't want to take too big of a loss, and you don't want to be that guy. So yeah, I am stutter stepping here. I am trying to figure out what I want to do here, guys, because it does look like we are starting to see some wicks off on that top. Maybe I just take another 10 shares short if it can get me in this area. I like that double wick off on the top. Can I do it? We will see, because we like to have big wins, small losses here, guys. And we took a couple of small losses on Tesla already. So are we going to use this top again as our stop out? Yes, we are. That's what we're going to do, and we will try one last time on this Tesla, because it's more in my area now. So if it wants to keep heading higher, I'm not going to fight this, guys. I'm not going to fight price action. If it wants to head higher, if Apple's going to hold this VWAP area and things look like they're overall just looking good for the market, then I'm going to get the heck out of these shorts, and we're going to look for places to long. So we have our Meta, we have our final trade on Meta, or on Tesla. Let's take a look at Meta and see where we're at. So we've already made $51 on Meta. It does look like it's getting a nice pop up here. It's trading at 195.12 right now. That would be awesome if we can actually see this thing take care of itself. So Leffel, I'm just leaving my position open and going to take a nap now. Just came to say hi. Well, thank you so much for stopping in, and I do hope you have an awesome nap. Come on back, come refreshed, and come back making some money, I do hope, for your sake, good sir. So A little early to be taking a nap unless you're in a different time zone, unless you got up at like 4 in the morning, which you may have. That might be your thing. So let's take a look. Where are we at on Tesla? Is it stopping me out yet? No, it has not, but it is awfully close to that stop out area, so we will see what it wants to do there. Let's run through the indices. Guys, let me know what you want me to take a look at, because I'm going to look at whatever I want to, unless you say otherwise, because I'm here for you as much as you are here for me. So go ahead, leave me a like, heave that subscribe button, heave that subscribe button, dry heave on the subscribe button. That's so gross. Yeah, don't picture that, because just the thought of dry heaving can make people dry heave. So let's go ahead and run through the indices. The Qs are trading below the VWAP area. We are seeing an epic battle here at 304 and 303. We're going to see which way it actually wants to head, as Apple looks like it's catching a bid at that VWAP area, trading at 155.25 now, and the QQQs overall are trading below the VWAP area at 303.32. So will Apple actually be able to break new highs, or are we going to head even lower? By the way it looks at it, the Qs are selling off very hard now at that VWAP as it touched. Netflix also touching that uptrend, that trend there, guys. And this is really the true area. This is really what I wanted to see happen, is it touch, and now it's really wicking off in that area. So finally we're getting that push that I wanted to see, and we're starting to see everything sell off, as where Microsoft didn't do much at all on that push. It's looking very weak in these areas. So a part of me wants to add to this short now, guys. I want to add to this this Apple short, because things just keep looking weak. But trading sideways can be positive, can be bullish too. So maybe it needs a little bit more time. Joshi says NASDAQ IXIC near target. All right, and your target was, let's see, intraday sell target was 111548. Your stop loss is 11852, or take position below 11700. So you're almost there. Awesome job, Joshi. I love you're marking your levels, you're calling them out, and you're playing your hand, which is absolutely beautiful. Let's see how AMZN is doing. So AMZN did break down. It's trying to pop back up, but it did retest that 9650 and is trading lower ever since. So AMZN not looking good. Let's look at Microsoft, not Microsoft, but Meta, also known as Facebook. We're starting to get another little push up. Not much of a push, but we're getting a little push back up into that. We're trading at 195.27 for that area. Let's after this, we're going to run through the banks, and we're going to see what's going on there. So it looks like Nvidia is trying to push up above, but we have way too many wicks up here in this VWAP area for it. It looks like that thing might actually head on lower. So be careful. Watch out below for Nvidia. Unless this thing wants to hold this area, it might break through that VWAP and head on higher. Let's look at Uncle Tesla now. Still struggle. It's big old struggle bus right here at this area. So part of me does want to add into this one too, because things are looking like they are to the short side. But guys, I've been wrong before, so don't use these or buy or sell recommendations. Make sure what you are doing is using risk management. You want to use risk management with these trades, guys, because risk management is what's going to be able to keep you coming back for more trades. Okay, so if you use risk management, you can keep your losses small and your winners big. And that's our main focus here, guys. You want to make sure your losses are small, your winners are big, and we can keep printing tendies so we can keep showing back up to the market every single day to try and extrapolate more money. Now, it looks like we are finally starting to see a red ticket there on Tesla, trading at 182.45. So I may have got myself a pretty little area if I can hold on to this thing. And with Apple, as the overall market looks like it's going to start falling back down to the downside, this might be really, really good day in the trading market for me. So let's take a look at the SPY. The SPY is now below the VWAP area. It's trying to push. It's at 391.21. We're going to see what exactly happens. So let's see. So out of the states, I've tracked on ES and NQ futures. High low of day usually happens at 45 minutes after open. Very, very nice. Well, let's hope that it gave us the opening price that it gave its highest bid, because we are in the shorts today, guys, and we are going to see what really wants to go down. Now, I will be very, very honest. I wish I had more shorts in, but because we already have what we have, we're going to hold on to these and see what they can make us, because this might be a pretty little penny to the south side on a lot of these stocks. But If the overall market wants to shape up and show its true colors that it is still strong, now is the time it needs to do that. So the overall SPY isn't really doing anything crazy, but if we look at the IWM, we can see that it has pushed up off of those new lows as to where the Q is trading below VWAP, below its opening price, and broke its downward trend or its upward trend. So everything needs to kind of hold here, or we're going to have big issues in the overall market for the Qs, and then of course the SPY is going to end up following it. So this could be a great area of buying opportunities here for the Qs, or this could be very, very weak and just sell off. So very interesting area, very, very fun day to be in the market to see what the overall expectancy is from the chat and the overall expectancy in the overall market 2 days before the FOMC meeting. So if you're new to the FOMC meeting, it is a Fed rate hike decision on Wednesday. I will be here all stinking day for you guys. Every single day, I'm here Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. But on Wednesday, I'm going to be here from 8 until 4 because I want to be here for you guys for that Fed rate hike decision that comes out at 2 o'clock, okay? So keep that in mind, guys. We are going to see what exactly comes of that trade. So let's take a look at Tesla since you guys know I'm in it. And it looks like it's trying to push back up to those highs. This right here could be its area, you know, maybe it does want to push, maybe it does want to get higher, but it keeps creating these new higher lows on the 5-minute. And this could be very tall, a very big tail here, you know, that this thing is gonna hold out, right? Like, or it's going to fail. Like, this is a very interesting area, guys. I know I'm giving you I'm going back and forth. Since this morning, we've been going back and forth because we can't find an actual really good areas on these. We're starting to see mixed decisions across these boards, right? We're seeing Apple trying to push up and it's finding lots of resistance, but it's not just failing, right? And we're seeing, we're seeing the SPY. It's actually holding these areas above VWAP. It's holding that base of 390, which is absolutely great for it. We have the Qs, which looks like it's basing out at this bottom, which is well above that 200-day moving average. So we know that it's extremely strong in the market conditions right now. And then if we go through some of our higher tech, we got Netflix, which, wow, very surprising. 302.73 is still trying to push up higher as Microsoft is just trading at 271.79 in that area of support. We have Amazon, AMZN, trading at 96.15, looking like a scallop here. It looks like it's trying to turn around here. As Meta also looks like it's trying to turn around here, but showing some wicks now at the top around that 195, 196 area. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA still trading below that VWAP area. If it can catch a bid, it could explode from this area, but you never know what could happen on these bear flag. So what do I mean by bear flag? It means it's pushing down and then it's creating this flag just like this. This flag, this flag. We need to figure out what's going to happen in that area. All right, let's look at Tesla. Now you guys know I'm in short at Tesla. It might stop me out for one more area. It might stop me out. It's very, very close to that area. It looks like it's really wanting to fight. It's a big struggle bus in that area as Apple looks like it's now above the VWAP area trading at 155. So look at this, guys. The overall market looks pretty intact here. It's intact, and there we go. Tesla's out. Tesla making new highs for the day at 183.41, pushing up to that area of resistance, 183.81. If this thing fails here, I'm going to laugh my butt off, and I'm going to say, hey, I need to always respect my zones. Don't just go in because you're starting to see wicks, So we're going to see what Tesla wants to do. What does Apple want to do? If Apple wants to break me out or stop me out of this, that would be just fine, because then we know that this thing is strong and things want to move higher. And there it is, Tesla right there at 183.83. Absolutely amazing here in this area. Wow, can Tesla hold in this area? We need to see what the overall market's going to do. So it looks like Apple's wanting to push up as well. It does not break that area just yet. So we're going to see Google also trying to push up as well. RIOT trying to push up as well. Was that a dip buy, ladies and gentlemen? Was that a dip buy? If that was the dip buy, that was an amazing dip buy. So congratulations to any of the longs. We did take a short this morning on Meta. We are up about $50 on that trade. We are down about $20 on Tesla, so we're up about $30 so far for the day. We do have that stop loss on Apple if it wants to stop us out. We have AI trading at its highs right now at 21.88. When I say highs, I'm talking highs for the days, guys. Highs for the days. Still trying to get up in its areas of support. let's look at Tesla still trying to push in this area. And this area is going to be very hard for Tesla to push up through. So personally, I really like this area for the short. I like the other two areas for a short too. So I've already played this 3 different times. I should have waited for my level. That's obvious. I told you guys that twice when I was trying to take these shorts, but I didn't wait for my level. So you're a loser. Unless you're learning, guys. You're a loser unless you're learning, and we're learning a little something from this stuff today. So goodness gracious, what a beautiful push on Tesla. Rabia, I hope you are in this long. I hope you're making money, honey, because this is looking absolutely amazing, absolutely scrumptious. You know you like to see that for the overall market. Now, Apple doesn't look like it's giving us the same push as Tesla was given. You know, I almost wanted to exit that Tesla or that Apple trade out just because that Tesla was pushing so strong. But we use our stop loss, and we use them for a reason, guys. There's a big reason why we use stop losses, because it shows you those key areas. As AI now still giving a nice little push to the north side. Was not expecting that from AI today. Honestly, I thought I was expecting to get stopped out in AI. So we're up a cup of coffee on that. No big deal. Actually, we're up about $5. So maybe a can of coffee, depending on where you're buying it from. The QQQ is right back up underneath that resistance area. Is it going to get above this time? Because things are just chopping around today, guys. Chop, 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 chop. We're going to see what actually comes of this. Maybe we just get a sideways action day. We don't get much of anything. But either way, I will be holding on to this Apple short until it shows its true colors. So let's go ahead. Netflix. Wow. Absolutely beautiful for Netflix. It's showing that it wants to be a part of this run. It wants to still be up here, as Microsoft trying to build higher lows on the 5-minute here. We're going to see what comes of this, because we know this is an area of support for Apple. If it can hold this area out and start to trade some sideways action, that might be a nice area to risk, this 272 area. So we're going to see what comes of that, as Apple looks like it's also making new higher lows on the 5-minute. So let's be careful out there, guys. I'm not seeing too much that we can actually trade on. I'm not seeing any real levels get touched or hit, except for maybe Tesla for the sell side, as Meta is climbing back up to 195.42, but we're not seeing a ton of buyers, guys. We're not seeing a ton of liquidity for the buyers coming in, stepping in to buy Meta up. It's looking really weak. We're not getting much buying at all. Just nothing but selling pressure in this area. Same thing with Apple. We're seeing a lot of selling pressure, not a lot of buying pressure. And if that stays true, then we're going to see a quick drop to the south side. So mind your business, bind your P's, watch your Q's, and dot your I's. We got NVIDIA. Looks like it is popping back up to that area of resistance for NVDA, trading at 254.69. So if we're getting a little pop across the market, a little strength, a little sideways action across the market. So that's absolutely awesome for the overall market. Can we see things hold? Can we see things continue to push? And it looks like Apple looks like it's starting to find some volume here. Is it going to be able to break up above those tops? If we can break above that sloppy top, I think we might be able to head higher, as Tesla heading even higher to its highest area of resistance now at 185. Looks like Tesla is just doing its own thing today. Absolutely beautiful. It's about to hit my alert. Let's see that 1 hour. That 1 hour just bounce off those bases right back up into its highs. If the overall market wants to continue to look strong, if not, this is just a beautiful area for me to take a short on Tesla. So I want to move into the 5-minute, and I want to have a better understanding of what's going on, because honestly, I've taken 3 shorts on Tesla before. I don't want to give back everything that I've given for Tesla, but I'm going to tell you, I really like this area for a short. So if the overall market isn't going to hold up, I want to be short on Tesla. And if it wants to continue to push, I'm going to get out really quick, and I'm just going to say, yeah, I respect it. I respect these areas, and I respect you, Tesla, for what you are doing. So we do have that top. It is a very, very quick out right here. I'll take another $2 loss on Tesla. I'm not going to deny this strength. We're going to go ahead and switch positions here on buying market, because I want to be in on this breakout quick for Apple, because Tesla is also breaking up. That means the rest of the market will probably be moving up. We bought 20 shares in Apple. We want to see this thing carry on wayward son with the rest of the market. This looks absolutely beautiful. Now Tesla trading at 185.32. We have Apple. I switched from the short to the long, trading at 155.48. Let's go through the indices and see where we stand. So the IWM is still pushing up ever higher. We have the SPY now pushing up towards its highs of the day. We're going to see, does it want to break out of those highs of the day, or did I just switch to the wrong side? We will see very, very soon. Let's take a look at the Qs now. The Qs pushing up, trying to break those highs of the day. Can it get past that 304? If it breaks that 304 and wants to get back up to the north side, that's going to look really, really good for the overall market. Let's look at Netflix. Still trying to push at those highs. Guys, this looks great. Microsoft holding sideways in this area at 272.37. Let's take a look at Amazon, also trading sideways, also forming a base, also doing its gosh darn thing as Meta's pushing up to that VWAP area. We're going to see if it wants to test that VWAP area and head on down, or can we break above it and continue higher? That would be absolutely amazing. So we are long right now, guys. We are long in Apple. I did switch biases. Sometimes it's hard to do that, but it is what it is. As Nvidia coming back up to that 255 area, it's trading closer now to its highs than it was previous, doing this nice little curl above the VWAP area. So what's going to happen here as Tesla, look at this push on Tesla. You don't see this every day, do ya? We come off these bottoms, we go all the way up to its highs, and what is it breaking out here in this area? I need to zoom out on the hourly. If we are getting this kind of crazy push from Tesla, it might not stop, guys. We might see it continue higher. Now, I am very, very speculative when it comes to buying these highs, but this, especially after a big push like this, I'm very, very curious if it can do it. So what I want to see from Tesla is it break out, pull back, retest this area of 186, and then head on higher before we do anything else with it, okay? So that's what I'm looking for on that. Same thing with Apple. If it wants to come back and retest this area 155, that might be an area that we might want to just keep an eye on. Now, everything looks like it's selling off pretty quick on Apple, I should say. Let's see how it looks on the rest of this stuff. Is Meta selling off? No, Meta's still pushing. What about Amazon? Amazon's still trying. It looks like Microsoft did sell off on the hourly. Let's take a look at Netflix. Netflix is still trying to push. Let's look at the Qs. The Qs have not broke up above that 303 area. It looks like it just snuck past it barely, but now it's coming back down to that VWAP area. I'm not getting a good read, obviously, guys. And if I'm not getting a good read, I'm just going to take my winnings and run, and we'll just do commentary the rest of the day because I like to win. I like to make sure my P&L's green at the end of the day, and if we aren't getting a good read on things, then we aren't going to play these things, right? So now I'm out of Apple. I'm completely out of Apple now. We've taken a $6.67 loss on Apple. I think we are still green on the day, guys. Between the two, I think we're still up about $25. So I'm just going to go ahead and calm down, revert to the mean here, and figure out where everything is at, because I know there's going to be somewhere I'm going to be able to find a good trade where we can hold on to for the bigger expected move. Now, SPY did not break those highs, and the IWM is at its highs. So the Qs did break that area of resistance and then sold right back off. So it didn't necessarily break through it and head on higher. It just peaked its little head out through like a turtle and then started heading on lower. So we're going to see what actually comes up of all of this, but it looks like we are starting to see a little bit of a push, just a little bit of a push here into these highs. Goodness, I don't like Netflix here. But I've been wrong, guys. I've been wrong so far on my callouts. Now I'm still up money because of risk management. All right, you might say, well, how the heck is he still making money if he was wrong 4 times and only right once this morning? Well, that's simply because of risk management, guys. If you have proper risk management, you can win money on losing 90% of the time and only 10% of the time. If you use proper risk management, you can still make a boatload of money in this game, okay? So keep that in mind, guys. That's good coffee. Now look, we got Microsoft continuing to sell off, looking weak now here in this area, guys. If this thing wants to sell off, this thing can really fold down here. So we want to see this hold right here at 271. Looks like it's just blowing through it. Not looking good for Microsoft here, guys, at its lows and continuing lower, making new lows for the day. Wow. So is it going to get soaked up here? That would be a great area for a buy, as Apple looks like it's trying to ship shape up. It is pushing up on some volume now at 155.47, still trading at its highs. Maybe I should have held on to that, but going back and forth, being wishy-washy with my trades is never a good thing, guys. So Let's see. Joshi says SPY. I'm expecting to move up to 393. Let's see. Yeah. So if we look at the SPY, you know, I mean, I think it's possible for it to get to the 393 area. But you know, it's making a double top here, and it's starting to look weak with this V-shape area. So it needs to hold. It needs to hold. It needs to push up even higher to that 393 area. It very well could. It very well could go to that 393. We shall see, but we are right up on that 200-day moving average right here, guys. So there we go. We got a nice little squirt up above that area, and then it sold off. So we're gonna see, what does it want to do here? Is that it? Is that all it's gonna give? As Apple trades at 155.45, that might be the peak right there. So let's take a look at the SQs and the QQQs and see what they look like. So let's look at the Qs. So they're doing the same thing as the SPY. They're trading at their highs for the day. It did break that high of the day. I guess the high of the day would be 304.52 for the QQQs, but it looked like it tried and then sold back off. So we're just in purgatory here. It's kind of getting chopped around. You know, these could be the highs, or you know, possibly not. There's always that chance, guys. So just keep that in mind. You know, we don't want to get too excited and have too much bias in one direction. If you have too much bias in one direction, that's how you really get hurt. That's how you hold on to things too long. And yeah. Let's go ahead and look at Microsoft. Yes, Microsoft is still breaking down here, man. You know, part of me wants to take that breakdown, but I'm just not good at these breakdowns. I know for a fact, but I have a feeling that can come all the way down, you know, to this 262 area, which is a very long drop for that area. But hey, you know, that's just what I am seeing. So AMZN did have a beautiful push up to that 97 area, and it looks like it's trying to hold and starting to soak. Let's look at Meta over here, guys. Meta looks like it's back up into that VWAP area. It is showing some buying signs. Wow, is this market still strong, guys? Is it still strong? NVDA just trading right up underneath that area of 255, which is its resistance, just trading right up underneath that. Wow, things are starting to turn around now as Tesla's still at those highs at 185.87. Goodness gracious, I'm telling you guys, I want to take this. I want to take this short. I don't like seeing this huge push and then expecting it to go higher would just be absolutely nuts. And I just keep taking these small hits, you know. But I don't know. This is my biasy getting in the way, guys. You know, I don't see how the thing could go any higher. Can't go any higher. Can't go any higher, right? What's the expected move on Tesla? Well, it's 4.7% in one day, and it's moved 5.6% in this day. You know, now that's not in the stone, in the sand. You know, that's not a line, or it's not set in stone. Is actually what I'm trying to say there. It's not set in stone that that's all it can move in a day, but that is its average daily range. So if you take all of the average daily ranges in the past 20 days, that's the calculation that is giving you for its average daily range is at 4.7%. It means it moves 4.7% in a day on average. So if it wants to continue to move that 4.whatever% in a day, well, what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to catch the last of it. I want it to go back down that 1% Now it needs to get me into this trade, or I'm going to be real squeamish the fact that I'm not in this trade right now. So it's hurting me watching this thing go down without me. But hey, that's part of trading, right, guys? You know, sometimes you get caught on the offside. Sometimes you don't realize, you know, where you're at or what you're doing, and that's not when you should be trading, right? What's going on, New Vision? Yes, Tesla's way up here at 185.68. I actually tried two different shorts on this. I tried to short it here. I tried to short it here. And this is my third try for a short on Tesla. So New Vision, good morning, good morning. It's good to see you in here, brother. Please be really careful. Make sure you're using risk management, guys, because you know just as well as I do, we want to keep showing up to this market. If we keep showing up every single day to the market for pre-market prep, we can draw our lines in the sand. We know where our risk reward is, and we know how to extrapolate some money from this market. So will Tesla get me into this trade? That would be awesome if it did. Right now we're up a cup of coffee on AI. We're going to see if anything else is popping off in small cap land. So UNCY still doing the same thing. XPON still following that 10-day moving average. EUDA looks like it is squatting down now on that 10-day moving average. So that might be a nice little area for a risk. Just going to keep that in mind there. Hopefully this can get me into this Tesla trade after that big push up. Just wick me in there, get me wicked in. What I mean by that is it just does it there, just like that. Now I'm in, we're up about 60 cents, and we're going to use that top as a stop. Now, I really would like to see this hold out. I'd really like to see Tesla actually fail here, not for a long time. I don't want Tesla to fail for a long time, just a good time. We're just in this trade trying to get that money back, trying to short this trade with the overall market because we've seen a big push and I'm expecting things to pull back after that huge push from Tesla. So let's look at QQQs, and you can see in the Qs it did push back up to that high. It did sell off. Let's look at the SPY. Let's see, the overall SPY is at its highs. It broke new highs and started to sell off, but not below its VWAP like the QQQs. The QQQs are now below their VWAP. That's the tech-heavy industry that we have seen nothing but awesome accumulation and push to the north side. So we got Tesla now at 185.39. Are we actually going to see this thing rip down to the south side, or is the overall market going to hold up? Speaking of which, let's take a look at Apple because we know it's been looking pretty strong up there, trying to hold its highs, looking pretty good, as where Microsoft, MSoft, was not looking strong at all, and it was trading lower, and it still is trading even lower. Maybe that's where the short is, and now Tesla's strong today. So maybe Microsoft was supposed to be the short as to where Tesla was the long here, and we got caught on the wrong side. So let's keep on looking. Let's keep on seeing what we got going on here, guys. So I want to make sure that I do have this stop out here for good old Uncle Tesla. We want to make sure if it gets back up into these highs that it is stopping me out and that we don't have to worry so much about it. So this is a pretty big trade on Tesla now. 20 shares short at 185.82. So 185.82 is right where this red line is. We can go ahead and change it yellow so we know whether where we're at in this trade. Okay, guys. So this is a pretty big trade for me. If it wicks me out, we're going to be down another $20, which will break me out for pretty much break even for the day. But you know, that's part of trading, guys. Trading is hard. It's not the easiest thing in the world. So Jordan Brockerman, grow the goatee back, please. Hey man, you know what? The goatee is always growing, you know, and it might be back soon, it might be back later, but for the meantime, we're gonna stick with this mustache because you know, every time I feel like chugging a bottle of syrup, I can do it easier with this mustache. If you guys get the movie reference, let me know if you got the movie reference. We will see. So we're up about $10 in this Tesla trade so far, and we're waiting for the overall expected move onto this. We'll probably take out half at VWAP, but you guys know how I am. I get very, very squeamish in these trades. So if the overall trade is to the downside, we are going to hold on to it. Microsoft, is it actually going to find a bid here at 270? You know, that's a psychological area, but we don't have too much hanging out in the 270 area for a means of support. So we're going to see what it wants to do as Tesla continues to break down here now at 185.06. So let's see if it can actually break one, and there it goes. Breaking 185, now trading at 185.03. So as I said, that it bounced back up. So we're going to run through the indices. We're not going to look at Tesla for too long. Watching every tick will make my stomach hurt. The SPY is still looking like it is trading well at 392.13. and it's holding this uptrend here. So if it can continue to hold this uptrend, that's looking good for the overall market, the S&P 500, meaning 500 in the actual, there's 500 traded stocks in there. So BLPH is what B Stewie wants to talk about. So yeah, BLPH looks like it was squatting down on that 10 day, just as we talked about, guys. This BLPH, when we see these squat down on these 10 days, they might be tasty little trades to the north side. And as you can see, it squatted down and it took off. Where did it go? Right to its highs, once again at around that $8 area. So if we can take a look at BLPH constructively, let's move on in the 5 minute, we can see I've already have these marked out for you. If it can hold this $6 area, I said it looks strong. Now that $6 area held out and it squatted down on the 10-day moving average. Then boom, it took off to the north side. So what's the next area we need to see it hold? This $7 area. If it can hold the $7 area, then it's showing that BLPH, this therapeutic stock, can form new higher lows and head to the north side. But when we look at trades like BLPH, the first thing we have to ask ourselves is what kind of short interest is on BLPH, and also we need to know what type of float is BLPH. Well, the short interest on that is 7%. So we know it doesn't have a lot of shorts, meaning it does not have the ability to squeeze. It still can squeeze because all the shorts can pile in all at once today, but BLPH is not on our squeezer list, but we do know that it is under 10 million. We're trading at around 9.2 million float for BLPH. So this is a rip your face off stock. You need to be extremely careful in this in respect to your stop losses. I also recommend not holding these into the after hour because that can be extremely dangerous and volatile as well. Still love the mustache and the Super Troopers reference. Look at you, Jordan. Jordan, this one's for you, not for me. Cheers, brother. I do appreciate you showing up. Jordan is my cousin, also another BA doing jiu-jitsu with me. He does a lot of other things. Kempo is actually, he actually trains Kempo, he teaches Kempo, and he's been doing it for many, many years, probably longer than I've been doing jiu-jitsu, honestly. Congratulations to you, Jordan, and thank you so much for being in here for pre-market prep and stopping in and saying hello. I was actually thinking about you this morning while I was on the toilet, actually, just because of some of the pictures you like to send. So I was actually going to reach out to you today and see what you thought. So thank you so much for being here, Jordan. Good morning. Nothing but love from you, my brother. So the SPY looks like it created that double top and it's just trading sideways. So it's in between that double top that it created on the 5-minute and that VWAP area. So is it going to hold this area or is it going to head even higher? We will see. IWM now finally trying to sell off. Is it going to break through the VWAP area or not? The thing is with this IWM is we're already trading at its lowest lows at 170. Now at 174.32. We really don't want to see this thing trading any lower, guys. If IWM keeps failing, it's going to look overall really, really bad for your small and mid stocks. Love you, bro. Let's jam soon. Get your butt over here. Let's jam, baby. You know I'm down. My knee is good enough. I can hold time with that hi-hat, so I'm happy with it. The Qs look like it made that double top as well and is holding that VWAP area. So, goodness, we might want to be really careful with the longs that I'm in. Let's take a look at Tesla now because we know we're in Tesla. We're up about $14 on Tesla. It looks like it's breaking back up. Can it hold this area? I'm going to hold true to my stop at this top, this sloppy top, if you will, at 186.41. If it breaks this top, then I'm going to be out of this trade and we're going to call it good. But I'm going to be holding on to this until that area because I really do think that this huge push needs to give it back some and find new area of support. If this thing wants to keep on pushing and break me out and continue higher, wow, what a crazy day that will be for Tesla. So we're going to see what comes of that. But in the meantime, we're going to keep looking at the overall market to see what's happening. So it looks like Amazon's finding support. It looks like, let's see how Meta's doing here. Meta looks like it's trying to find some support, but it's under that VWAP area, so it needs to get up above that in order for me to want to like it. As Nvidia also holding, it looks like, goodness, I might want to get out of this. I just don't want to be caught on the wrong side again, so I feel like I need to stay true to my business. But I also want to get out of this just because, wow, that push it makes me a little nervous, guys. You know, you got to be honest. It makes me a little nervous because it's like, hey, I got this for such a great price. We get a nice push down. We could have cleared my bets in the wrongdoing. I could have made my money, but hey, you know, it is what it is. This is why trading's hard sometimes, guys. You can find all the best areas, you can take all the best shorts, but you might end up kicking your own butt, meaning you shoot yourself in the foot by, oh, well, I better get out now because we got a little pop-up here, and your heart starts to race, so you exit emotionally. And then when you exit emotionally, well, then this thing fails just like you expected it to, and then you're telling all your friends, oh, yeah, well, I could have did this, shoulda, woulda, coulda, doesn't matter. What matters is if you're making money or not. So wise up, let's get smart, let's be true to our stop losses. So if this thing wants to stop me out, then it stops me out. If it wants to continue to fail, well, I already have the short in play. So we will see what is going to come of Tesla, but I need to get it off my screen so I stop staring at the dang thing. Look at that SPY back up at highs. You really can't deny the strength, guys. The IWM's getting strong. It looks like the QQQs are back up at those highs. It looks like Netflix, what a push at Netflix. Back up here to 305.90 for Netflix. We're starting to see some confluency across the market. We're starting to see a lot of things wanting to hold, wanting to push, wanting to head higher as Microsoft is trading at 270.69, not looking like the strength that we've seen in this last week, but if it wants to hold out in any area in this area, that's going to be very, very good for the overall market. Is Amazon back up to 97.30. Meta back up to 196.35. Wow, guys, this looks absolutely amazing so far. NVDA also back up to 255 area. Makes me want to just get out of this Tesla because everything is looking so strong, guys, but I can't get out now. I took this sloppy top and I'm going to hold out. So if it wants to stop me out, that's a-okay. We're going to take it. We're going to love this trade regardless. Let's go ahead and look at Meta on this right hand side. So if Meta wants to keep shaping up in this area, goodness, this might be a nice trade to the long side, but I have been on the wrong side now, guys, for quite often. Maybe I just need to stop out, sit back, relax, and reassess the situation because I'm not getting the best view, to be very honest. I'm not getting the best view today on the market. So, you know, it is what it is, guys. You know, that's part of trading, but we're going to learn from this. We're going to learn from this and we're going to find our way. So let me know what you're looking at because what I'm looking at isn't making me too much money. We are still green for the day, but not by much, probably just by pennies. We got 51 on Meta. We lost about 21 so far on Tesla. So we're up about 25 bucks there, but I think we lost another 7 somewhere else. So we'll have to run through the trades and see what is up with that. So let's go. Come on, Tesla. Let's see that breakdown. Maybe it's strong. Maybe she holds. Only time is going to tell for this trade. So let's go ahead and look back at AMZN and Netflix because those things were looking like beautiful pushes up to that north side. So we are starting to see a little bit of selling off for Netflix, a little bit of selling off for MSoft. But as we know, like, Microsoft had such a big push. It was such a rebel in the stock market last week that it needs a little bit of a pullback, and this is the pullback it needs. Now, if it wants to hold this area out, that's going to look really, really good for this area, guys. It's going to look really, really good. So let's go through our banks, see how they're doing. So Credit Suisse had that pop up over $1, now is failing. FRC had a pop up, but now it's trading at 19.98, right at that area that I was talking about, guys. You know, you know, it's just, it looks like crap. I hate these bank stocks right now. And looks like, look at that, Charles Schwab looks like it is pulling up. We need to zoom out here on the hourly to take a peeky gander. So Schwab's back up at its highs around that 58.35. So be careful up there. That's where it started to wick off and then started selling off the last time. That's good coffee. WAL, it looks like it's just trading sideways. We got this FRC, which is the First Republican Bank, and I told you guys if it can hold this area, that might be a nice area for the north side, a nice risk. But if it breaks down to this area, it's going to be horrible for the stock. Okay, yeah. So Credit Suisse is just absolutely failing. Horrible stock right now. So this PACW, look at this, guys. We talked about this in the pre-market, how it came up, it touched. Now it's just trading sideways. This might be a great area for a further short. Watch this thing go down to a penny stock, but these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just a big talking chin in front of you here right now. So also, same thing for the Key Bank. You can see that it's on this downtrend. It did break its downtrend to the upside, but I'd want to see it come back, retest to show strength before heading higher. So let's go ahead and run through this. And do we have anything on the gap up scanner? CNTB, nothing really. LFCR, looks like it's going to pop up off these bases, but you know what I'm going to say. After a big sell-off, you're going to get a pop, and then what are you going to see after that? You guessed it. So let's see, do we have anything? I want to check out AMAM. Yeah, that's finding a base down there at the bottoms now. Remember, this is a 5.5 million float. This thing can really rip your face off, but down here at this base might be a nice area to risk, but I only can play that for a day trade, guys, because I'm not going to stay in AMAM overnight. Even though it doesn't have much movement overnight, it has the ability to sell off. It really does. So just be careful in those trades. UNCY looks like it's getting a perk of relative volume in this area. So we want to see that thing keep on keeping on, baby. All right, so we're done with the bank stocks for now. Let's go ahead and look at, oh man, you know what I forgot, guys? I forgot to look at Foot Locker. So let's take a look at Foot Locker. Oh no. Oh. All right, well, you know, it is what it is, guys. Yeah, I wanted to take this in pre-market. You guys were here when you seen me. I talked about this, and I talked about how, you know, let's look at the 5-minute. Did we get that push? Look at, we did. We got that push right up into that area of resistance. and I didn't take the short. It is what it is, guys. This is part of trading, and I want you to see it first so that way you can have this happen to you and then just go, well, it's all right. No big deal, right? You can do that because you've seen me do it so many times where it just hurts. Do you guys remember First Solar? FSLR? Well, let's take a look at it now. This is the green area that I wanted to buy into it, and I did not. I did not buy into this. I held my breath for too long, and it came all the way up here. We would have been out right here at 202. So that would have been a trade from 183 to 202. How do I know I would have gotten out of there? Because that's where the 10-day moving average is, and that's where I sell out of my trades, guys. So that would have been a beautiful trade if I would have taken it. And same thing with Foot Locker. So Foot Locker, I seen it up here at this top. I would have taken a short right back down to this area at 42. I probably would have gotten all out here after seeing that little wick. So, hey, it is what it is. I want to go back to Tesla to see if it has stopped me out yet. It has not. It's still trading out. It's still holding out in those areas, which I don't like to see anything holding out in these areas. If you're pushing up on volume and then you're trading sideways and you're selling off on lower volume, that tells me I want out of this trade. All right, so that being said, I'm going to go ahead and just buy this market. Let me just run through the indices really quick before I make that. You know what, we're going to do it. We're just going to buy the market. We're going to take this $11 win here on Tesla. Because here's the thing, guys. What did I expect for Tesla? I expected this thing to fail right off the rip. I expected it to hit this and then just plummet. Because it didn't, that's showing me that things are looking strong in the market. All right, now look at AI. We're still making money with AI. Absolutely beautiful. That's a B Stewie play right there. So thank you. So yeah, so Tesla's just lingering around like a stinky fart up here on the 5-minute. You know, after this huge push, I'm still expecting this thing to fail, but I can't hang out with this trade if it's just going to sit up there. Okay, so we took a small win. We took an $11 win on that, so we're not down $20-something on Tesla, good old Uncle Tesla anymore. We're actually only down $13. So we're fighting back. We're trying to make even more money today. Let's look at Nike. So Nike is making a nice little curl. The first, ARRY, I'm just looking at these because I looked at these in Robinhood and I gave technical analysis. I want to make sure it's staying true. So we want to make sure that we run through these indices, and I also want to see a few other things. So we got the SPY trading at the highs. We got IWM 174.66. We got the Qs now above that area. I want to see it come back and test. You could even say that this was its comeback to test. This 304 looking absolutely amazing now. Netflix still pushing up higher, still screaming to the north side, looking absolutely amazing. Microsoft still not knowing what it wants to do in this area. Joshi says Tesla have gap at 187 and at 202. So let's take a look at Tesla. And Joshi's saying there's a gap at 187.5 and 202. So 187.5 right here, and 202 is a gap. There is a bit of a gap. Yeah, I can see that. Now there's a little bit of there's still a little bit of area of traded volume in those areas, but yeah, I can definitely see that, Joshi, this gap right here. So he's talking this gap from 185.50 all the way up to this 202. I don't agree with the 202. I would say right here at this 196. So 185 to 195, I would agree with that more, Joshi. So if we can see this thing break out of this, we might see our next stop at 190. That's just my personal thought. I would say that this 189, this 190 area is going to be its area that it wants to stutter stop at. So if it wants to continue to push higher, if not, if this thing wants to fail, then I'm going to be crying the blues because I got out of my short position because I was worried about it in this area. So what I really want to do, and I've said this 1,000 times, I want to run through the indices, and I get about halfway through, but it's okay. That's what we're here for. So the SPY is making new highs for the day at 393.09, looking absolutely amazing. What should we ask in the poll, guys? What should we ask in the poll? Start a poll. Let's see, will SPY hold its gains from this morning's push? All right, and then we'll put yes, hold its gains, or no, back down to days open. All right, and then we'll do one more option, and we'll do just here for the chin jokes. All right, there we go, guys. Now, if you guys want to do me a huge solid, just go ahead and look at the screen here, and I'll guide you right through this. It's an absolutely beautiful thing. If you want to make sure that you click this live button right here, click this live button. It'll bring you right to the live section. Make sure you are live while you are watching me so you can understand. Now, we also have another poll. Will the SPY hold its gains from this morning's push? And I'm going to say yes. I'll say yes, it'll hold its gains, but I want you to make your own true decisions here. What do you actually believe? And smash that like button, guys. We need one more to get to 20. That's an amazing thing. And then while you're here, if you haven't already subscribed, remember, guys, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I also do content after this. I will bring you videos, how-to videos for the new guys. I'll bring you shorts for those levels, and I will do it every single day, guys. So if you want to stick with me, be with this amazing community that's growing so stinking fast. We're up over 350 subscribers already, and we've been over just a month doing this every single day. The market has been open. We have been here trading live, doing stock commentary, stock analysis, and of course taking live trades in front of you every single day, guys. If that's something that you like, that's something you can get behind, you want to be a part of this community, be here for me so I can be here for you, and we will see you soon. So hit that subscribe button, guys. Next up, we got AMD on this top right-hand side for my boy Willis. What's going on, Willis? Good to see you. Yeah, AMD had a big sell-off here. Big sell-off. Looks just like NVDA, but remember, guys, NVDA is your leader, not AMD, so keep that in mind. But we are seeing it trying to shape up in this area. Its next test here is this VWAP area. So will AMD get above that VWAP area? Only time is going to tell, but it's getting very, very close. As the QQQs are in that area of liquidity, is this the area that it wants to sell off into, or are we going to be able to push up higher and hold these beautiful gains? Now Netflix up 1.16% from the open this morning up into that liquidity area that we have drawn out for you. We know that this area, it hasn't been up in since Friday's trading, and it just sold off hard in this area. So we're going to see how Netflix wants to act in this area, as Microsoft looks like it's trading at 27.57, not looking the overall best right there. It looks like AMD is trying to push, and we have Apple. Why did my alert go off on Apple? Well, let's take a little peeky gander. Look at this little breakout in APPL at its all-time high. So this is either going to be the best area to take along or the worst area to take along. This might be the area I want to take a short at, but I'm going to put Apple, AAPL, over here on this side, and we're going to look to see in the indices to see if this is going to be something where I would want to take a short. So why would I take a short here? Well, it's sitting at these highs. I'm going to go ahead and join the ask, and then we're going to run through the indices to see if it can get me in while I'll take a peeky gander of what's going on. So we have the SPYs pushing up to 393. What a great push there. Now it's starting to wick in this area. Is it going to push even higher, or is it going to wick off here now? So we have IWM still trying to slowly trickle in that bid and trying to head on higher, as the Qs did give a nice little push and then a sell off. Now we have Netflix looking like it went, look at, you can't even make this up, guys. It went right up into that area and then sold off as well. So we're going to keep an eye on everything as the things shape up. I keep fighting, I keep trying to take shorts. Well, maybe it's not a short day, guys. Maybe it's a long day, and maybe Microsoft will start heading to the north side as well, as Amazon's trading at 97.60, still up here, looking really, really good. A nice little push there after a big sell-off this morning. So what is going to happen with the overall market as Meta found that pitch, found that 97 area that I said I wanted it to retest so I could get in for another short. So here it is, it's testing. As Apple's pushing up higher again, it hasn't got me out of this just yet, but it's going to, it looks like it's going to get me out for another $1.50 loss. But that's why we take small losses and we try and make big wins here, guys. We could take loss after loss as long as it's small, as long as we can keep on fighting, guys. And Meta, look at that. I draw these lines out for a reason. White Air at 197.50, this thing touched and it sold off hard. So look at that, absolutely beautiful trade for META. If you were marking these lines out with me and you took this trade, good for you, congratulations. But make sure you're scaling out, because it's headed right back from that VWAP area. So right now we have Apple trading at 156.28 and Meta at 196.78. Let's go ahead and run through the indices. The SPYs just brought new highs, still trading at those highs, same as IWM, same as QQQ for the day, guys. So we're going to see this is a very interesting spot here if it wants to keep on. Netflix pushed right up into that liquidity area and then sold off very quickly on the 5-minute. We're going to need more time to see what Netflix wants to do at those highs. But it looks like Microsoft is building new higher lows here on the 5-minute. Okay, so take that how you will. On the 5-minute, it looks like it's creating a new higher low at this base. So I do like Microsoft right here in this area, creating new higher lows. We got some volume actually coming in for Microsoft. So I'm going to get stopped out of that Apple. I can almost guarantee it. It's going to happen very, very soon. We're going to hold on to it, and we're going to see, is this Microsoft coming in? Are we starting to see its bid? As Amazon still trying to push now at 97.73. Wow, this market is absolutely great, guys. Great for the overall market. Holding these areas, guys. Oh, I love to see it. And Nvidia now pushing up at 257.23. Goodness gracious, what a beautiful push for NVDA. It looks like the overall market wants to hold these areas with Nvidia trying to push up higher. Are we going to see Tesla do its thing? No, Tesla's still at those tops. It's still just hanging around in those areas. Doesn't want to hold. Well, that's why I'm out of that short for that, because I expect this to hold. Now that's holding sideways, creating new higher lows on the 5-minute. It needs to hold this area to show its true colors to the north side. But after such a push like that, now there, I'm out of Apple. We lost another $1.50 on that. It looks like we are looking more for the north side now, guys, because everything wants to keep on keeping on. And if it wants to keep on keeping on, that's A-okay with me. We want to be a part of it. So let's see things happen. Now, Apple pushing up out of this very, very key area, 156 area. If it can keep on heading up to the north side, we might want to see a nice little pullback for that, as Tesla looked like it's trying to break down now in this area. Maybe I should have held on to that Tesla short, but that's A-okay, guys. That's part of trading. So Apple breaking out 156.46 in this area. If it wants to keep heading higher here, now this is the area, guys. You know, I might just do it. I might just have to do it, guys. I mean, it looks really, really good. If it can hold this area and really show its true colors, you know, I want to be a part of this. I want to be a part of something, obviously. So we're gonna go ahead and join in here. We're gonna go ahead and join in. Man, oh man. We're just gonna do 20 shares. That's it. Just doing 20 shares. And if this thing wants to come back and retest, we're going to defend this 156 area. But yes, I do like Apple here. You can't deny it. Apple is on what I would consider a breakout, especially if it wants to hold this area. So go ahead, get me in here, Apple. Show me that you want to be strong with me in it this time, though. Don't go running without me now. This Apple, you know, this big push. I don't care for buying breakouts so much, but you know, Apple, right in this area. I mean, this is a big area for Apple, guys. Big area for Apple. So if it wants to hold this area, if not, you know, I'll lose a couple. I'll take a hit for this trade because I do like this trade. Now we are in it. We got 20 shares. We're gonna see. We want to see it defend this area. Now I've been wrong on the south side for so long. Now I'm swapping. Now maybe this is the worst time to swap because we are right at those highs. Goodness, I'm already talking to myself. I'm already saying, what are you doing? You know, what are you doing with this? And, you know, I've been on the wrong side for a while, guys. Joshi, okay, bye for now. Take care. See you, Joshi. Thank you so much for swinging in and saying hi. You know I appreciate that. So what are we going to do here, guys? We're going to defend this area. We're going to do exactly what I said I wanted to do. If it wants to break down, we're just going to be wrong. That's it. So I'm going to hang on. I'm going to have a small, I'm just going to keep an eye on it. You know, I liked Apple when it broke out here. We ended up getting out as it came back down. And we just got chop today, guys. That's part of trading. You got to pay attention to this, guys. You got to learn from this as well because it is part of trading. If you're looking at this and you're going, man, this guy, he's getting chopped up. Well, everybody gets chopped up. Everybody gets chopped up from time to time. Today, in this market, I don't think I was patient enough to wait to actually see what was happening. Okay, so I didn't wait long enough. That's A-okay. That's part of trading, but now we're right at those highs. We're making a triple top, but what I like about this is it's tested so many times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this is the 6th time testing this area. If it can hold this area, if it can hold this push, this is going to be a great spot for a trade for a long. But when I look at this, guys, when I'm in this and I go, man, you know, I've taken so many shorts on this. I want to switch biases, but at the same time, we're right in that area where it should be selling off. You know, and I don't want to sit here and argue with myself. We're getting out of this trade. That's that. that is that. And I'm honestly, I want this short. I do. I want this short. To me, it's a head and shoulders pattern. This is my last trade. If I get this wrong, guys, I am going to be done for the day trading because I have not been on the right side. Now, I do still think I am up for the day, probably only up maybe $10 or $15 total, because you guys were here with me when I took that trade, when I took that meta trade this morning. It was a beautiful trade, guys. Very, very beautiful trade. As you know, this thing really, wow. This thing really held. It really did a really good job, Meta, and in that short. Now, let's bring up Meta so I'm not stuttering over my own words here. So if you guys look at Meta, you guys were here. We had this pop up, and I took this short on this break, and we played it all the way down to here. We got out half. We got out the other half after it popped back up, and it was a beautiful trade. You know, you love to see it. You love to see these, and I even said if it came back up and popped up into this area, that I would want shorts. So if I'm looking for shorts, then I need to hold on to these stinking shorts because, goodness gracious, I mean, how many times do I have to try and play a short until it actually hits my level? And now it's hitting these levels. Why don't I just wait to play these shorts? So now we got a little bit of a downside to Apple. If it holds this area just like the last time, I'm probably going to want to get out, but I'm expecting to see this thing fail and fail fast. If it doesn't fail fast and it's just hanging out like Tesla does, then, you know, I'm probably not going to be here for a long time. I'll just be here for a good time. If we still were holding on to those meta shorts, I would be pretty happy right now. We'd be in the money, even more money than what we did, but we're only down $13 in total because it took us 3 tries to find this short, and then we squealed out of this short. So that's a-okay, you guys. We're going to keep an eye on all of this. We're going to head and set our stop for Apple, so that way we can forget about it. We can set it and forget it, so that way, you know, if the overall expected move does come down and it does break these areas and it doesn't want to hold, then I can hold on to this trade for a little longer than you know, I've wanted to. So it looks like this Tesla still wants to break down from these highs and head back down to that 177 area. Looking good. So now we're finally starting to see some sell-off for Apple. You know, wow, really wishy-washy up there at the top, guys, but you're seeing it. You're seeing real. This is live chat. This is live trading. This is live raw emotion right here in front of you. You know, when the market's just choppy, you know, it's not following any directions. This is all choppy. This is what that means. Here's a 5-minute chart. We've been open since 9:30, you know, and this thing is just chop, 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 you know. So be careful in these chops because you want to play a level, you know, play this top for a short or play this bottom for a long. But when it's just chopping like this, there's not much you can really do, as Tesla looked like it's trying to hold now at that top, 185.06 and 156.26 for Apple. So let's run through these indices and see what we got going on. So we do have a little selling off at this top here for the SPY. You know, this is its previous day VWAP area at 393. So we can expect some sell-off there, but we want to know, is it going to hold on that VWAP area? So it might come down to that VWAP area, but is it going to hold that VWAP? If it holds that VWAP, that's going to look good for the overall market. Now let's see where we're sitting on the SPY for the 200-day moving average. So if we look here at the bottom, we can see that the SPY is trading just above that 200-day moving average. It's really, really good for the overall breadth of the market. We want to see that thing trading above the 200-day moving average. It is creating new higher lows, and we do like to see that for the overall market. So let's keep on rooting for the SPY to stay above that 200-day moving average, because then we might be able to find some tasty long trades that we can hold for swings, guys. We can do the Chris Quilamagi style breakout. We can do the William O'Neill how to make money in stocks with the cup and handles and with the base on top of base. We'll be able to do all that kind of stuff. Now the Qs did find this area of liquidity in this 305 area and is selling off down to 304.80. We're going to see just how far that wants to go. So we're up about $4.80 now on this Apple trade. You know, we are starting to see some more selling off volume come in here. Not as much as the most recent buying volume, but we'll see because we just started. We still got another minute left in this 5-minute candle. Let's see how Netflix is doing. Up 1.12% since this morning's open, but right into this area of liquidity. It makes me really want to take a tasty little short on that. You know, and maybe we do. Maybe we do take a short on Netflix because it's looking really good in this area. So at 307 to 307.50, that'd be $50. So we could do, we'll just do 20. Do I want to get this in short, guys? Do I want to take this short? It's a great question. You know, maybe I calm down with this a little bit, guys. But after this huge push, you know, off this bottom, what's this push? We got 366. It usually moves 3-4, so that's probably its expected move right there. But you know, I'm already in short in Apple, so you know, maybe I just hold off. I'm just gonna wait here, guys. I'm just gonna chill out for a little bit and see what is to come. So you know, a part of me wants to just take this off on Apple right now, just because the overall the way the overall everything is, but I'm gonna hold on to Apple because this might be my final trade, and that is what it is. So Microsoft finally looks like it's trying to bleed here a little bit and show us a little support, but this might be the little pop, you know, because yesterday and the day before, Thursday and Friday, we've seen so much awesome action out of Microsoft, and now today we're just seeing selling off, not a big push, and it's just kind of like coming back up to test this 272 area. So this is where I'm getting that 272 area, is its highest traded VWAP area. So we're gonna see, does it wanna touch that again and resell off, or does it want to continue to go higher? So Microsoft in a weird area compared to the rest of the market, as Amazon broke its VWAP area, headed higher to a high of 97.87, and now is selling off. It's at 97.48 for that trade. We're going to see where it wants to go. Meta still trying to fight that VWAP area. It looks like we got some soaking on that VWAP area, but we also have that top at 197 that it looks like it could not push through. My coffee pot is growling at me back here. Very interesting. I had to turn that thing off here. Let's pour ourselves a cup, guys, while you're here with me. Let's go ahead and pour ourselves a cup of coffee. Let's keep this thing warm and hot with that coffee pot. All right. So it looks like Meta's trading at 196.70. If you guys got something going on, leave it in chat, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So if you want to see something that I'm not trading, or if you have any kind of questions or anything like that, you need to let me know, guys, because I want to know what you're watching. So we got Snap, got some more VIXY calls. Let's go is what Stock Rebel says. So let's look at Snap. Yeah, Snap just busted out. It caught, I told you guys I like this $10 area, but it looks like it's still following this downtrend line. Look at that. So if it's following this downtrend line, Snap might be a nice area to take a short on. It looks like it's bleeding out pretty quick. It makes me want to add into my Apple short. So if we get another little pop here, maybe just a little pop, I can add into this short. Here we go. There's a little pop. Maybe I just add in 5 more shares short. I'll join the ask on that to see if we can't get 5 more in. Okay, there we go. Now we're up to 25 shares in this short, and we're going to go ahead and bring 5 of those shorts right here, because if it gets up to this area, actually we'll just set it right up here at this top. So if it gets up to there, we got another 5. So we got both of our short sales in that area. So yeah, Snap does look nice, did push up, but it needs to hold these areas in order to show us that we want to continue on the short side with this. So Austin Georgian, FRC long term. Let's take a look. FRC. So we know that this is in the bank zone. The FRC is the First Republican Bank, and we know we've had a lot of bad news from First Republic Bank. So if you are looking at this thing for a long term, the first thing I like to do is, we'll throw this on the hourly. The first thing I like to do is look at this on the daily. So you can tell that this thing has been on a downtrend since, let's see, 11/9/21. Been on a downtrend and has touched its head on its 200-day moving average twice before selling off hard during this huge bank issue. So if we look in now, zoom in on the hourly, you can see I already have this marked out here for you guys. This $19 area. If it breaks this $19 area, it's a no-go for me. I don't want to be anywhere near FRC if FRC is going to break this $19 area. So I don't like FRC right here. It needs to show proof of concept, meaning holding this $19 area long enough in order for me to really want to take a tasty little trade on this, okay? So FRC is not good in my book. It looks like they are failing, but if we look at CS, Credit Suisse, we know Credit Suisse has been bought out by UBS. So if we look at Credit Suisse, we know that this thing is probably, you know, going to do its thing. It's gonna do whatever it wants down here. I don't really care for it because I have no lines in the sand. I have no areas in CS to say, hey, this is a great trade or this is a great short, because there's nothing in this area. There's absolutely nothing. So what I would rather look at is UBS to see what is going on with the banks with UBS, because UBS saying, hey, you know what, we're going to buy Credit Suisse. We're going to buy them out, and we're going to take their, you know, we're going to take whatever from them. That's showing that UBS has strength. That shows that UBS is strong enough to buy another bank out. But what I have marked out here for UBS is this level of $18 as well. So if it breaks this $18 area of support, and this support is technical, right? If we go back here and look, you can see it's got a very loud price action right here, guys. So keep that in mind, that UBS at this $18 area is very nice for your risk. And if you don't know what risk is, then don't be trading, guys. I like to know that everybody has very, very good risk management in this crew. So make sure if you are risking these areas that you are using them as stops and you get out completely. So Austin, good morning. Good to see you, brother. This one is for me, not for you. This next one I'll have for you, but boy, that's hot. That is hot. I'm going to start turning off that burner a little sooner. So guys, good morning, good afternoon, whatever you are, whatever time zone you're in, but it is 11:20 here for me. I still have about an hour and 45 minutes with you guys. So if you want to, do me a favor, look at the screen really quick. You know I'm going to go through. You know I'm going to go through this really quick. Go ahead and smash this like button, guys. While you're here, make sure you are caught up on the chat by looking at this live button. If you click the live button, you will be caught up on the chat. Go ahead, leave me something in the chat if you want to know. What's a stop? Stock Rebel says, if you want to know or you want to see me here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, or at least let me pop up on your feed, go ahead, do me a favor. Hit that subscribe button, guys. If you hit that subscribe button, guys, I will be here for you as much as you are here for me. And it looks like Apple stopped us out on that first little extra 5 shares that I added into it. And now we have 20 more shares that it might stop me out here. If Apple stops me out for this final and last time, I'm going to call it quits on Apple. We'll say good day to you, sir. It was fun, but I am done. So we have UBS trying to play right here on that VWAP area. Will it hold that VWAP area to try and head higher? We will see. Not a big banker, you know. I was the banker when I was in Monopoly. I would always be the banker, and that's about as far as my bank intellect goes. So when I sit here and talk about these bank stocks, the only thing that I can hold true to, guys, is the simple fact that I need a chart and I need those lines. If I have a chart and I have those lines and I can risk off those lines, then we have a little something happening, right? But until that comes, you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna wait and see what actually comes of it. So we have the IWM coming back up into its downtrend area. Let me go ahead and draw this out for you guys. Boom, bada bing, bada boom, right there in its downtrend. So is it gonna hold? If it wants to hold, it needs to push up through. It needs to come back and retest. Same thing with Apple. It looks like it's gonna stop us out of Apple, which is A-okay. We'll take a small loss on Apple to see this thing rip city, baby. And if it does, I do want to be a part of the move to the north side, because if we look on Apple, I mean, this is an absolute beautiful bull flag to the north side. So, you know, I want to be a part of this, but at the same time, I've taken too many trades on Apple. So, you know, it makes me, after this thing stops me out, maybe, you know, it's one of those things like, hey, you know, you've taken one too many trades on Apple. You need to stop it. You need to have better discipline, and that's A-okay, guys. You know, this is part of it. This is part of the reason why I am live, because you help me stay disciplined, and you can learn to be disciplined yourself while you're watching me. If you see me do something that I shouldn't do, I want you to bring it up in chat. I want you to tell me, call me out on it, so I can either explain myself to you why I did what I did, or I could say, you know what, you're right. That wasn't the most disciplined thing to do, and I shouldn't be doing it. And if that's the case, I openly admit it. I'll be the first one. I have a very loose skin, very, I wear my heart on my sleeve sometimes, guys, which can be bad, but at the same time, you got to understand, hey, you know, I'll be the first to admit that I'm wrong. You know, I'll be the first to admit that I'm wrong, and we will keep on carrying on. So we got Netflix right there, still hanging out, lingering around at that area, and we are finally out of that Apple trade. Can we continue to push higher in Apple, or are we just going to chop around this area of support? I mean, it looks just absolutely amazing, the fact that this thing is holding out in this area. And I don't want to deny the fact that it's holding out in this area, as Netflix looks like it is starting to pull back now in these areas. Netflix, look at that. Absolutely scrumptious. Now, it's not going to get me in this trade. Of course it's not, because that is just the way it operates. Maybe I need to start taking these trades a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. I need to be on my P's and Q's, or maybe even having them sit out, as Microsoft makes this beautiful V-shaped bottom now here up to test at 272.50 at its VWAP area. So Kevin Pawn says, buenos dias, I'm late today. Hey, it's all right if you're late today. You know I only ask of 3 things though. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, and show up for pre-market prep. You only can do 2 of the 3, Kevin Pabano. So buenos noches to you, and it is good to see you in the chat. So let's take a look at WWE. WWE, do you smell what The Rock is cooking? Well, The Rock is cooking up a tasty little trade here, guys. It looks like we are on a downtrend for WWE World Wrestling Federation. It looks like it's on this downtrend, so it's right there at its downtrend area. So we're going to want to see this thing do at least a little something at these tops, but I would say this looks like a nice area to take a short for WWE, because it still is looking for some relief. So we will see what wants to happen there for WWE. But I do like it. I do like it. I do. But this Apple, man, it's getting me every time, man. I'm telling you, I want to take a trade in this Apple. I want to be a part of this. Is this me fear of missing out? Well, no. I would say that this is me trying to calculate what the heck is going on in the overall market so I can take a proper risk reward, because this looks like a great risk reward, as it has been multiple times. But here's the thing, guys. If we're going to head to the north, this would be a breakout area. This would be the pullback to retest. If this wants to head higher, I want to see some volume on this thing, but we're not seeing a much of crazy volume coming in at all from anywhere. We're just seeing some tops being formed on the Qs. We're seeing some indecision, some indecisive indecision on Netflix. Well, we had a beautiful push. Now it's pulling back. It looks like Microsoft's giving this V-shaped bottom right into that VWAP area. This might be a nice area to take a short if it does recognize VWAP. Let's take a look at Amazon. AMZN looks like at 97.30. It looks like it's trading at $97.30 right now. Where is Amazon going to hold? Is it going to actually hold because it went right into this resistance? Is it going to hold in this VWAP area, or is it going to just tank city? Tank city, biscuit. So Meta looks like it did. It's trying to trade up into its resistance, which is that double top now, which is its resistance. Will it hold, or is this thing going to continue to fail? And that's the hardest part about trading, guys. That's the hardest part. You don't actually know. But if you can use this as your risk to try and earn a bigger reward, then you might have yourself a tasty little trade. Now, Apple trading at these highs, if it keeps wanting to push up higher, then that's going to be great for Apple. But when you look at something like this, you think, well, it's at its highs. I don't want to be long here. But because it's pushed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now this is its 6th time, and it keeps creating new higher lows, that tells me that this could be a great area for the breakout. So if it is going to break out here, I do want to be a part of this beautiful breakout in Apple, but I just don't trust it. I've been hurt so many times in the market that I am a bear with bull horns. I like to swipe down, but I'm always ready and willing to swipe up. It looks like Meta's trying to hold this area as well. This might be a nice area to take for Meta on the long side, but same thing for Apple. Man, scratching my head here. Let's see where everything else is at. So NVDA looks like it's trying to hold as well. Look at Tesla just trading sideways here, looking like a beautiful bull, a bull flag, as they would call it, okay? So I need to take a look at Apple, because if Apple wants to get, oh my gosh, I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you, I'm starting to get a little cray-cray about this Apple trade. And if everything else wants to shape up and head to the north side, well, we're going to see an amazing move here. So hopefully, and I say that respectfully, hopefully this can head higher on Apple. So here we are sitting in Apple, 50 shares now. If we can get up just a little bit, we're going to cut. The second this thing starts pushing, we're going to start cutting a little bit here and there, just so we can continue to stay positive in this trade. So here we are. We're in Apple for 50 shares on the long side. Now we're going to run through the indices. We got the SPY trying to head up north to the higher side, 393.66. Let's take a look at IWM. Come on, load for me, baby. IWM trading at 175.12, now pushing back up towards those highs. We got Apple now trading at 156.63. We're up about $6 on this trade. The QQQ is also breaking new highs for the day at 305.62. Can this thing continue to push higher? Yes, it can. Now it's right into that VWAP area, pushing even higher, 305.86, as Apple is continuing to run. Look at this beautiful push. Can we get more volume? If we get more volume in here, we're going to see a beautiful trade on that Apple breakout. Goodness gracious, guys, I walked you all the way through it, guys. It looks like Netflix is wicking off on the bottom, trying to find support at 306.41 now. Let's see what Microsoft, above the VWAP, Microsoft breaks above that VWAP area. That is looking really, really good for the overall market. Amazon as well, trying to get back most of those. It's trying to gain back most of those losses from this morning. If it can get back up to that $100 area, we will talk about it, baby. Meta now just still trading sideways above the VWAP, but below that double top area. So we need to be careful when we're looking at Meta for the shorts. We are looking for Meta for the longs. If it can break out this area, it is going to look like a tasty trade with the overall market doing exactly what it wants to do. Nvidia now at new highs for the day, still trying to push higher at 257.94. Can this market stay strong? It looks like Tesla's still in that range. If it can break out, we're going to see the overall market just go yip skiddly due to the north side, baby. And now we're looking at Apple, new stinking highs for, well, wait, let me see what date this is. 2/3/23 was its highs of 157.39. We're trading at 156.81. So Apple is trying to see new areas of highs for the year. If it can do this, guys, if it can make it up there, it's going to be an absolutely amazing trade for us on this day. So we're going to keep an eye on Apple. Maybe we take out 25 shares here just to say, hey, we made some money. But no, I'm not going to do that. Why? Because I like this breakout. I do like this trade. It tested multiple times to try and break out. It never could, but now here we are sitting right up underneath this with new higher lows, and it is breaking out just like we've seen on NVDA. So what does this tell me? It tells me I need to hold. Let's see more volume coming in, and if it wants to stop me out for break even, then I'll just get grumpy about that. But hey, it is what it is. But we are pushing up. We are seeing newer highs, and if it can hold with the rest of this market, that is going to be absolutely amazing. As Google's trading at 101.6. Let's see what Riot's doing. Just kind of trading sideways. Hasn't broke a new high yet for the day. Let's see ETSY. So I was looking for Etsy for a short. If the overall market looks like crap after this, I'm going to take Etsy and I'm going to short it to the ground because it broke this this uptrend area, and it's just trading below that 200-day moving average. But with the overall market moving up, it looks like Etsy also trying to move up as well. So Apple's not giving me the biggest push that I had anticipated, that I expected out of Apple. So now it's starting to stutter, it's starting to step, it's starting to shake. Will the rest of the market help hold Apple up, or will Apple help hold the rest of the market up? We'll see. As Snap starting to curl here, wanting to see that new area, or maybe this is its final line in the sand for Apple and it just tanks from here. I think all of those could be decisions for this area. So let's take a look at gold, guys. I wanted to bring up gold for you guys. I don't think I did this morning, but gold had an ever beautiful push in the day and came up right here at these highs. Now, it looks like gold is starting to sell off in this area, and as you guys can see, it created this double top. So I do like gold for the short, and I made that, oh crap, I didn't catch up on the chat. CRBP was waiting for another dip, but it's holding. So let's look at CRPB. CRPB over here on the left-hand side for my boy Keith Stollard. Keith, sorry if I didn't catch that quick enough, but I hope you are still with me because I'm going to look over it now. So CRPB doesn't look like it wants to show me the 5 minutes, so we'll bring up the hourly. Maybe it won't show me the hourly. So we'll look up the day. That is CRBP. CRBP. There we go. You gotta type it in, right? Whoa, goodness gracious, look at CRPB, guys. Looking absolutely amazing right here. I do like this. Why do I like this? Well, I've looked at it multiple times, and I may have looked at it for you, but we have this drawn out. We have these areas drawn in the line, this area of liquidity. Now look, this thing broke down, found a bid, broke back up, and now it's just trading in this $6 area. That $6 area is a very important area because of that liquidity. If it wants to hold that liquidity area, then we can use this area as support rather than its resistance. So it is holding. It does look nice, but remember, this $6 would be my risk, or this $5 would be my risk in this. So make sure you're buying in accordingly and you're selling, you're using good risk management. I can't manage your risk for you. I can only manage what the charts look like. And that's all I'm doing is I'm giving you what the charts look like, giving you my opinion, but they aren't buy or sell recommendations, guys. But just keep in mind, you always want to look left. You always want to see what's going on with this chart. This looks like an overall pop and drop, and that's exactly what it's doing. It's popping, it's dropping. It's popping now, and if it doesn't drop, we can expect this thing to head higher, but not probably to the moon, probably just the next pop up in different areas, okay? So CRPB, yeah, that does look like it could end up being a multi-day runner, Keith. So very, very nice on that. So let's see. Granny Randy says, see you all tomorrow. Happy first day of spring. Today's the first day of spring? Well, goodness gracious, that is awesome. Happy spring to everybody. I'm definitely going to go for a nice long walk today with the family and get some fresh air. We're picking up the boys here at 3 after school. That's going to be an amazing thing. Now, look at Apple still holding at these highs. Can it continue to hold? Can it continue to push higher? We know Apple likes to only move 2% in a day, so it's not the biggest, fastest mover, but if it wants to move for us, I'm A-okay with that. So we want to see it hold these little gains that we have. We're up about $7.50 on this trade, but if the overall market wants to continue to push higher, then it will help push that Apple. And I don't want to be too squeamish now trying to hold on to this as the SPY is making new higher lows on the, don't you freeze on me. New Vision says RETA. I think what you meant was META, but we will look up RETA just to see. RETA does look like it had a beautiful push up. This is a therapeutic stock, so or a pharmaceutical stock, so be very careful with this, guys. It did have a big gap up on earnings, and now it's trading sideways, holding new higher lows. This looks like a great area to risk, this 80. And now it's trading at $88.76, so it's $8.76 above its area. But look at its spread, guys. You have over 50 cents on a spread, almost 60 cents on its spread. What does that mean? That means, guys, that if you were to hit the market buy order, you would be down 50 cents on every share. So make sure you're using your buy limit and your sell your ask. And make sure you're using your limit orders on these, because if you just bought into this and you hit buy market because you panic bought, you're going to be hurting. You're going to be hurting pretty bad, and you're going to wish that you did not take that trade. So it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of selling off in Apple. It's just kind of lingering around at that 156.67 area. I do want to go over the market to see where everything's sitting, because everything is changing by the minute, and you know you love it, baby. My name is Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. And in case you missed it, guys, right here is the intro. Oh yeah, we're doing things big out here, ladies and gentlemen. If you like the intro, then leave a thumbs up, hit that subscribe button. I'm here every single day. Yeah, that was our first intro that you guys ever seen. I worked on it for a little bit yesterday. Things are only going to get better around here, guys. If you like what I got now, you just wait, because within a year, we're going to see an amazing crew. We're going to have an even bigger group. We're going to even have more traders, more people to bounce ideas off of, and we're going to continue to grow this awesome community, guys. I'm here for you, and I hope that you are here for me every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, except for Wednesday. I'm going to be here from 8 until 4, guys. Yes, I will be talking the whole time. I will be doing it just like you see now. And why am I doing it? FOMC meeting. At 2 o'clock, there's going to be a rate hike decision. If there's a rate hike decision, we want to know about it. All eyes are on this rate hike decision. If it comes out at 0.25%, that is what is expected. We are expecting a 0.25% rate hike. If it's 50%, a 0.50% rate hike, we can expect the overall market to most likely be bearish. If we see anything higher than 0.25%, the overall market is going to be deemed bearish. If we see 25, it'll probably be neutral. But if we see the overall market want to shoot up to the north side, then we're going to hear Papa Pellwell say no more rate hikes. And if he says that, goodness gracious, great balls of fire, that means the market is going to be on fuego Fuego, baby. Kevo Paban. It's going to be on Fuego to the north side. So watch out for that. Make sure you mark your calendars. Make sure you guys are here with me on Wednesday. I will be here all day, guys. 8 until 4. It's going to be absolutely amazing. So cheers to you. This one's for me, though. You know my throat needs it. It does. It's a little sore, a little raspy. So Apple still seems to be holding out at those highs, at those, we'll say it's definitely the monthly highs, guys. It's definitely the monthly highs. These things here, the last time it traded at these highs, we have on the 2nd, so February 3rd. The last time before that was February 16th, then March 6th, and then the past 2 or 3 days, it's been bouncing around off of this. So my whole thing with Apple, I was trying to get this short because we kept running into different areas of resistance. I kept taking small losses on those shorts, which is a-okay, guys. That's what's going to happen. Taking small losses is great. Large losses is not. That's not in my forte. So what we did is we took small loss, small loss, small loss, and then we finally switched biases, and now we're in for the long. We're up about $11.50 on this trade. It's looking very good. It's holding these highs, making new higher lows. It is a little extended from the VWAP to be buying it, but I don't expect this thing to get back down to VWAP today. Why? Because its overall move has pushed up through these highs, came back, tested these highs, and now is pushing higher. So if it wants to continue to push higher, then we'll keep making money. If this thing wants to break back down, I'm not going to be holding till VWAP. I'm only going to be holding out till right around my break-even price area of 156.52. It's not a hard stop. It's kind of just a soft stop. I just want to see where it's going to hang out in this area, just because I'm expecting a bigger move on this. I'm expecting a larger move on Apple, because if it actually does want to break out, we should see a big move to the north side, a big move, kind of like we've seen for NVIDIA. If you guys want to backtrack and look at NVIDIA, you can see I played the same thing, guys. Right here, you had all this sloppy top on this over here, but it kept making new higher lows. Every time it came up to touch, it would fall, make new higher low. It would come up, it would touch, it made a new higher low, it tested that higher low, it got soaked up, and then so because that was my confirmation, after it started to break out, we got in a few shares long and we got out at the top. That was a beautiful trade, and I was so happy to know that most of you were in here with me taking that trade. That's awesome, guys. That's awesome, because I know for a fact you guys have learned risk management. If you know risk management, I feel comfortable trading with you guys, because you know I stop out quick. I'm only taking $2, $5, $10 losses, where I like to make $25, $30, $50 wins, and that's great risk reward. So if you can have good risk management, that is an edge in itself. So if you're here seeking edge, the first edge you can find in the market is knowing that you can buy where you want, you can sell where you want, and you can risk whatever you want. That's the 3 things that you are allowed to do. And look at Microsoft now. Thank you for bringing that up, New Vision. Microsoft did finally find a base. Let's take a look at this in 5 minutes so I have a better understanding. So it has this base, created a V-shaped bottom. It broke out above VWAP, and now has come back to test that VWAP area and this area of liquidity. So this might be a nice area for a long as well, but because I'm already long in Apple and Meta had this pullback, I'm just gonna go ahead and leave my money in Apple, hoping, and I say that respectfully because we don't know what is going to happen, so I do have some hope that this will continue higher. And if Apple wants to continue higher, it will continue to make us some more money. We're up about $7 on that trade. Now, Microsoft does look kind of weak here. We're not seeing a big bounce off that area, so that might be an area that we might want to get out. I'm getting very squeamish in Apple. I will be honest, guys. We're up $9 on the trade. I could start, if I just start taking these small wins, it's going to start eradicating all the small losses, and we're going to slowly be up more and more and more per day. But if I don't hold on to this thing, and this thing, say Apple does take off and I get out to make $7, I'm going to be even more mad because I stopped out to make $7 than to hold on for the larger expected move. So I'd rather just break even and not take the $7 than to hold on to this trade for the larger expected move. So we might get that larger expected move. We might break down from here, but I want to be a part of this if it does take off. Maybe it comes back down here and it trades below it, and then it breaks out one more time later in the afternoon. If that's the case, that's a-okay, guys. We're going to go ahead and allow that to happen. We're not going to fight it. We're not going to sit here and hold on to it and hope that it comes back. That's not the way we play these games. Keith just popped in and said, I know you'll hate this, but HHRS is on a bounce. Listen, I don't hate any of it. If you bring it up, I'm going to take a look. Just know I'm going to give you my true thoughts and opinions on it. And the first thing that I see on HRRS is it's got a pop and drop in here with huge amounts of liquidity right here at this 11 and another amount of liquidity at 25. So if we look at this on the overall scale now, let's zoom out on the hourly. Actually, we can do this on the 5-minute. But you can just see here, guys, it's starting to get a small curl. So here's what I say. If you want to take HHRS and you know what your risk is, this HHRS energy can probably come right back up to this $11 or $12 area. But after it gets, if it can make it up to this $11 or $12 area, this is going to most likely sell off pretty hard. Okay? Why do I say that? Because that's its highest area of liquidity ever traded on this stock. That's why it's marked out, and that is what the trade is. So if you want to play this, it might get up to 11, but I don't have much to risk off of, and I don't have much liquidity to play with. So you're right. I don't really care for the stock. It's not my style. But if it did come up into this 11, I would definitely look for a short. So if you're long, you know where to get out. If you're short, you know where to wait to get in short. So keep that in mind, guys. That's just my thoughts, not yours. So no, I don't hate it, Keith. I know 1,000 people, 1,000 different people, they all trade the same thing, but 1,000 different ways. So every 2 different people can look at 2 different stocks and take 2 different trades and have 2 different ideas on it. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean you shouldn't not like it. So I do appreciate you being in the chat, and I do appreciate you putting that on there. But don't think I'm a hater, because you know what I hate? I hate hater hating, brother, because they never let it go. So cheers. This one's for me, Keith. So cheers to you, but this one's for me, okay? Now it looks like Apple does want to come back down and test this area. It wants to let me know, hey, you are right or you are wrong. But I do like that I'm in at 156.52 because it's going to come back down and test this, what I would consider a double top on the 5-minute. If it doesn't want to hold this double top on the 5-minute, that's a-okay. Maybe we just get out and we say, hey, good day. Let's see. Maybe we'll take the next breakout, you know? So yeah, I'm not keeping a very wide risk just because I know for a fact that these are at its highs. If it doesn't catch a bid at this highs, it's going to go back down to find a new bid, trying to make a new higher low like it has been. But I like this trade. I showed you why. I showed you on NVDA why I like taking these breakout trades after they've already tested. Right here's the reason why. Now, NVIDIA was an absolute monster. Apple can be an absolute monster for us too. We just need to make sure we give it enough time and give it enough room. And a lot of times I don't give my stocks a lot of room because I want to know that I am right away, and then I want to start taking out money right away. Because if I'm wrong right away, then I'm going to accept that I'm wrong right away and find a better area, something I can be more confident in. So right here we are testing that 156.52 area, my buy-in area. We're going to see if this thing wants to hold that area. If it doesn't, that's a-okay. We're going to stop out for a small loss, and we will take a look at this trade later. No big deal. All right, guys, keep that in mind. It's okay to take small losses as long as we're making money on the other end. So it's making me a little nervous right here because we did take 50 shares, and let's see if I'm going to stop out. So I'm just going to put my stop area, and there we go. I'm just going to stop out of this, guys. We're going to take a very small 45-cent win on this, and we're going to see it. If it wants to shape up right here, I'm okay with getting back into this, guys. I just don't want to be taking a small loss. We took a 50-cent win on this. I can buy a cup of creamer for my coffee. That's a-okay. I'd rather see 50 cents on a winner instead of this thing flushing out down right here and me taking a $30 loss. We'll take a 50-cent winner rather than that. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's go through the overall market to see where we're at because we're seeing some tops now. So we have a top here on SPY. IWM looks like it is running right into that resistance, that downward trend line that IWM is. The QQQ now trading down. It looks like it did sell off. It did create a double top there in the pre-market. Very interesting, and now is selling off very hard actually. So I'm glad we got out of that Apple trade. Are we going to see a bounce here though? Can we see a bounce in the overall market? Let's run through the indices. So Netflix, that would have been a good short sale trade we could have taken, but I was already in something else. It looks like Microsoft did get above that VWAP, but then now is selling lower. I almost want to take this Microsoft short just because it failed that VWAP. It failed this area. Can I get in a few shares short? Let's see. Let's see if we can take this now, guys, on this breakdown. Can we get it in? I don't know if it's going to get me in because we always have such a hard time getting into these shares short, but you know, maybe we exit out. We just wait because I've been doing this quite a bit. Because I look at Microsoft, it looks like I short, but I look at Apple and it looks like if it wants to bounce here, it would be a long. And I don't want to have conflicting. I want to see confluency in the market, confluency. And let's see what Kevin Paban says. Apple, I'm in at 102. Should I load up more? So you said you're in it, but I'm assuming that you are long. Are you long, Kevin Paban? So if you're long, I'm already out of this thing. I'm just going to see what, if we start to see wicks up right here, if we start seeing it wick up, then I'll probably be back into this trade with you. But personally, I don't know. Here's the thing with Apple. Okay, if I look on the daily, Apple is at an area of resistance at these tops because it stopped out or it sold off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now this is its 6th time in this area. So it's in its history in this area, it has sold off. So if you're looking for something for a long, this might be an area for a long, but what is your risk, Kevin Paban? If you are risking, if you can tell me where your risk is, then I'm going to say, yeah, it's a decent trade. But remember, we're above the VWAP area right now. We're extended above the VWAP area, okay? And we are right into an area of resistance. This is resistance right up above us. We're in it right now. So I was long on the breakout, but because we didn't get that move right away, I got out of that trade right away. But I'm not saying this isn't a buy or sell recommendation. This might be the area to buy, you know, and you know what? This is what I'm going to do. We're going to just buy this up, and I'll be really sell to quick. All right, I'm going to be really quick to sell is what I'm trying to say. I'm going to try and buy 50 shares of it right here. If it can get me in, then I will play it, but I'm only going to play it for a quick second. If this thing wants to keep heading down, if it wants to break this area, then I'm out of this, Kevin. I don't want to be in this thing if it wants to flush, okay? So I seen it at the top. It started looking weak at the top. Now, if we can see this thing do a little something down here at this base and start getting bought up, then that's something that we want to be a part of. But if this thing flushes down, well, then that is not good news, right? We want to be out of this thing if it can't hold these areas. So this is its double top that I have marked out at this 156 area. So if it can hold this area and show new higher lows, then that is going to be great for Apple. But if it wants to break down, we are a little extended, you know. So here I go, I'm down $1. You know, it doesn't look like it's trying to hold this out very well. There it is, a little pop there. We're up $1.25. So what do I need to do? I need to set my stop loss. Right? And so I always agree with a trade if you know your risk, right? I can't play your hand. I can't press these buttons for you guys. All I can do is give you the lines, and you already see me this morning. I haven't really found, you know, the right side. So now right here, I am going to get out if it breaks this, and it just did. Okay, so I am out of this trade, guys. I'm getting out right now, and now, honestly, any kind of pop on this, I want to sell into this. I want to sell this short. But we are coming down on Amazon, too. Let's look at a little bit of everything. Let's look at the SPY. The SPY is coming down to that VWAP area. Let's go ahead and look at IWM. IWM is in that downward trend line that we drew out for you. Let's take a look at the QQQs. The QQQs sold off completely after that push, and now we're heading lower. And, you know, man, I'm telling you. So now this might be the area for the short on Apple. So we're going to see, is this the short on Apple now? Let's keep looking through the rest of the indices. Yes, Netflix, what a beautiful sell-off area that was that we called out for you guys. Microsoft, is it going to catch a bid here or is it going to continue to sell off? There we go. Now we're in short for the final trade on Apple. I think I said that before too, haven't I, guys? I am on the final short. The final short now. All right, I'll save you guys that. So this is my last trade on Apple. If I can't get this right, then I can't get this right, and that's A-okay. But we know that Apple has some support down here at 154. So if we want to come down to 154, that's A-okay with me, and we will get out of this trade. So we're just holding on for a short time, not for a long time, guys. We're going to be in this for a short amount of time. This is just a day trade, so keep that in mind, guys. So Microsoft, if it wants to see some support down here, that would be great. Finding new higher lows after all of that mumbo jumbo. Meta looks like it did find that resistance right there at that top. I'm telling you guys, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I should start taking more of my trades. I just have such a hard time. So we had NVIDIA break up above this area, very key area, only because it is yesterday's top. So it looks like it broke down that area, went back up into its selling off area, and now is on a short terror. So be careful with NVIDIA. It's coming back down to that VWAP area. We're seeing a lot of selling off in that 258 area. Now, Apple, big short here, guys. Big short coming down hard. We're up about 10 bucks on this trade. Kevin Pavan, I really do hope that you respected your stop loss up there at the top. Looking really good, guys, for the short. Makes me want to just get out of this. You know what I mean? Makes me want to get out because I made my money on it. So do we just go ahead and say, hey, yeah, we made our money and call it good? Or do we hold on for the bigger expected move? Well, only time is going to tell. So maybe we hold on to this for a few more minutes to see what it wants to do. But let's go ahead and continue on the rest of the indices as yes. Look at Tesla, guys. Now Tesla is falling back down here. Huge push for Tesla, huge push. Now is it going to end up finding support on this area and heading higher? Or is that it for Tesla? Is Tesla going to head on lower now from here? So only time will tell for that. We are in Apple. We know that did have a nice little push. Google did find some selling off action in that 101 area, and now it's starting to head lower. Riot just trading above that VWAP area. That sideways action might look really good. Speaking of which, maybe we should update ourselves on the Bitcoin. Let's take a look at tasty little Bitcoin, still trading right up there at 540. That's really good for Bitcoin to be trading up there at that 540 still. No real giving much really back for that stock at all. So looking really good for that industry. Let's look at the overall SMH. The SMH, I marked out for you guys. It created that triple top right here, and now it had this little push, and now it's selling off, but it's sitting right there in that VWAP area. Goodness, Apple, will you please just make up your stupid mind on which way you want to go, because it's just chopping, guys. I'm just getting chopped up today. Not really caring for this choppy action. And you might disagree with me. You might say, hey, this isn't choppy action. We're getting action going up to the upside or the downside. But what I mean is my levels that I drew out, they're holding. It's showing, but I'm either getting in too early or getting out too late. And this Apple thing is really just beating me up. It's not flushing, so now I'm out of the short again for a $2.50 loss. I'm just getting paper cutted right here. This is what I call paper cuts, guys, where you're taking small loss after small loss after small loss. So we know we're up about 50 bucks on Meta today. We know that we're down 25 on Apple today. What is going to happen here, guys? Only time is going to tell. It looks like we're getting some soaking up on this wicking, but I just cannot find the routine today. I'm not on it today, guys. I'm just not on it today, but that's okay. That's why you want to be here. You need to learn from these even though I'm up money, I can feel it. I can feel that I'm not on it today, and that's a-okay, guys. I'm admitting that out loud because I don't want to make any stupid decisions just because I'm not on top of it, because I'm not, making money hand over fist today. That doesn't mean I need to give up. That doesn't mean I need to go all in on something to try and, do what I need to know is to recognize that. And so I am recognizing that I'm not up to snuff today. I'm not 100% today. We had a nice little $50 win this morning. Absolutely beautiful. But everything else, I'm not seeing confluency across the market. I'm not seeing, everybody doing the same thing like we were in the tech. Now we're seeing huge pushes up and big pullbacks back, and now are we here to buy up these pullbacks? Are we here to to continue with the shorts? What are we looking at? Because these levels, like in Microsoft, we're not getting many levels from Microsoft. We just know that we're in an area of supply. Is this an area of demand? Because last time we were in this area, we pushed right up through it, and now we're having some pullback. And here we go, Apple again. Goodness gracious, it touched that area, and now it wants to sell off. I cannot find the direction, guys, but that's a-okay because we're still making money, we're still doing our thing, and we're still doing our absolute best, showing up to the market every single day to try and get better. SPY pulling back to 392, now IWM at 173.91. What else do we got going on here, guys? We got the QQQ pulling all the way back to that VWAP area. If it can hold that VWAP area, that might be an actual nice little trade for that, and I think I'm going to be done trading now, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and check my monitor. Let's see, make sure I'm only in AI, VOO, and VTI, and then I'm going to take my tasty little trades and I'm going to export to this to a file so that way I can see actually where I'm at before I continue on with the day. So give me 1 second. I'm going to bring this up in my charting, I use TraderSync. You can use pretty much anything, but TraderSync I do pay $100 on because they give me a bunch of data. Now there's plenty of other free stuff out there that you can use. I just decided to use TraderSync because I like the way it works really, really well. So I'm going to go ahead and upload this just to see where I'm at for the day, guys. Just because I want to know in my head if I'm doing all right, because I know we've been back and forth on quite a few trades, and I don't want to be Mr. Paper Cut and think that I'm doing better than I'm not. So let's go ahead and take a peeky gander at those numbers. And as we speak, it looks like the QQQ is getting bought up at this base here, and the Apple did come back, and now it's testing this area. It did get soaked up in this area. So this whole chop city fest over here in Apple is just kind of hurting me a little bit mentally when I take a look at it, because Netflix, you know, I called this out and I said, you know, I'm already in an Apple short, and I was in this Apple short, you know, in this area, and sure enough, you know, I talked about Netflix and how I wanted to take the Netflix short. This would have been a way easier short on Netflix, guys. I really wish I would have just taken it and went with it. That would have been a heck of a lot easier short. So, you know, you win some, you lose some, guys. That's part of it. And we are still loading on this, importing this data. Goodness gracious. And look at this meta trade. That would have been a beautiful meta short right there in that area. Even if you waited for it to come back up, you could have got in short in this area. Or better yet, guys, better yet, what if I would just still be in the same short that I was in this morning, right? And just held on to it all day. That is my biggest fail, guys, is I have such a hard time waiting for that bigger expected move. So we did get out down here. We took $50 out, you know, and I don't think I would have been able to hold on to all of this, especially with taking those small losses. But hey, it is what it is. That's what happens sometimes in trading, and I am now watching this move. Now, what if it makes new higher lows, though? You know, so that we're not going to sit here and be hindsight Henrys. We're going to do whatever we can. Goodness, this is taking forever. What happened? Did we lose internet? Carly Ray? Goodness gracious. I hope we still got the internet, guys. I hope you guys are still with me. I'm going to keep on carrying on as if nothing happened, though. So let's see. Yeah, we got loading screens. Yeah, sorry about all that, guys. If it zipped out on you. So today is the 20th. It looks like I was up $66 in total on the 17th. So now we need to go ahead and switch this and put the date on today's date, and let's see where we're sitting at right now. Look at that Apple starting to curl. Oh my goodness gracious, great balls of fire. We're going to create new higher lows on Meta. If this is it, guys, and we start seeing volume come in, I'm going to have to do it. I'm going to have to take another trade on it, and you know, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. So did it not? Maybe I'll just do that after hours, guys. It's A-okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on with the chat. I heard somebody dingling in. Let's take a little peeky gander. Looks like Hit there just messaged, sorry, I was not able to make it today. Hey, it's A-okay, Alex. I'm just fine without you, but I'm always doing better with you. So anytime you can make it, you know I love to have you, brother. So we're starting to see a lot of interesting things start to set up. Is Meta going to create a new higher low? Is Apple going to actually hold out in this area? Let's take a look at the rest of the indices, because the SPY is now back down to that VWAP area. A lot of people love to play this VWAP area. If this VWAP area wants to take, if it wants to hold, if everything does A-okay, then we're going to see this thing head to the north side. Goodness gracious, guys, it's 12 o'clock already? Oh, let me just bring this up really quick, guys, before I take off. Just look at this chat really quick, guys. I want you to make sure you're hitting this like button. Smash that like button, hit that subscribe button. I gotta go, guys. It's already noon. I only trade till noon, so I'm out of here, guys. Thank you so much for being a part of this show, and I want to see you guys here tomorrow. And don't forget, Wednesday we're gonna be here all day, 8 until 4. So make sure you show up for that. Much love. Peace.